Please, anytime, go out and ask them to correct your name. For records, we want to keep it the way it is. And for now, we have 2 panels. The first one, actually, we have the keynote speaker. We want to make sure that we really go faster. That's going to be Professor Hannah Posti Ahokas. I hope I said it right. Perfect, thank you so much. And then we have a good moderator out there. At the right time, he's going to introduce himself. And then after that, we have a panel discussion on ICT in education. And we have the moderator is going to be Dr. Theodore Habimana and Jacqueline Nyarera. That will be the second. And then we'll go for a health break after that. After the health break, we have 2 panels. And then after that, in the afternoon, as we did yesterday, we're going to go to our breakout rooms for the rigorous discussions we had it yesterday. And please, if there's any communication you want me to communicate to the colleagues here, I'll be around there. Let me know so that we go out and very right. So without much delay, when the tables are set in a second, I'll invite Professor Hannah to join here, but let them first sort out this detail. Good. Do we have one person in the audience called Mabu Jimmy Chandafa? Do we have that person in the audience? Well, I think I'll catch up with him later. Good. So like I just informed you, we are set to begin. One thing I want to make clear is that this is sort of like it's an academic conference, discussions. We are one family since yesterday. If you don't see any huge formalities today, just know that's the reason. We relate to each other. We don't want to make it very, so measured, so restricted. So we're going to be so random today, a bit of that. And with that, I want to invite Prof. Hannah to come. After that, we're going to have the moderator and then questions. Let it flow naturally so that we are more free in this room.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Dear colleagues, all protocols observed, just in case. Waramose, habari samchana, good morning. It is an honor to give a talk about international partnerships in the very first International Education Research Conference that is organized by University of Rwanda. We are all lucky to witness such a vibrant event that has already inspired our thinking and helps us connect with colleagues through common academic interests and a shared motivation to advance education in our respective contexts. Education is often considered a national project of reproduction and renewal. The theme of the conference, Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development, directs us to think of education as a common good and as something that crosses disciplinary and national boundaries. And it is because of this that I wish to share some ideas about international partnerships and their role in developing quality education across borders. Let's see. Yes. My talk will raise some broad questions around internationalization and partnership development. I will draw on our ongoing research on international partnerships to point to some examples of persistent challenges, but also to locate some pockets of hope where reimagining more equitable partnerships between higher education institutions between the global south and the global north could happen. I will conclude by suggesting a metaphoric model for good partnerships that we have co-created through our ongoing collaborative research. The global knowledge economy and its processes of production, participation, and dissemination influence our work as academics and as educators. We are connected with each other through visible and invisible, intentional and non-intentional ties that can at the same time be mutually beneficial, but also reinforce existing dualisms and inequalities locally between the core and the peripheries, and between different parts of the world. For those of us who work within the academia, internationalization is often considered as a given, or something we should simply all be aiming at advancing and being or becoming part of. Internationalization is considered a key quality aspect of higher education, and building international partnerships between higher education institutions is a common practice, both at individual and institutional levels. Critical research on internationalization of higher education has increasingly questioned the aims and the value of internationalization. Professor Damtau Tefera, the founding director of the International Network for Higher Education in Africa, challenges the notion of internationalization as something intentional, but rather as a coercive process that is influencing higher education institutions in sometimes negative ways. This critique invites us to rethink the fundamentals of internationalization that is driven both by implicit and explicit intentions and demands on institutions and education systems. As an academic representing a country and an institution located in the global north, I wish to expose some of the Finnish discourses and positions around internationalization, with a special reference to engaging with universities in the African continent. According to colleagues Jussi Välimaa and Liisa Weimer, in Finland, internationalization of higher education is seen both as a source of revenue and a means for Finland to be globally competitive, a rhetoric that aligns with the widely acknowledged economic and political rationale for internationalization. In recent years, our small nation of Finland, with population of only 5.5 million and with one of the well-known high-performing education systems, has made strategic decisions to increasingly engage with the countries in the African continent. As an example, global higher education networks presented on the map have been resourced to support the development of mutual cooperation in higher education and research, development, and innovation. This is also a reason for our 6-person delegation from Finland to participate in this conference in Kigali this week. Can I ask you to raise your hands? Thank you. In November last year, we had the honor to host colleagues from Rwandan higher education institutions in Finland. As we are now exploring opportunities for building partnerships in the area of education, it is important to discuss and debate how we perceive partnerships. In the context of higher education, and probably beyond, partnerships can be looked at as technical arrangements, such as funded projects, scholarship schemes, memorandums of understanding between governments and institutions. Or they can be depicted as relations, as flows of ideas, individual mobilities, or simply as something we as academics do to advance knowledge. It is evident that these two views of partnerships direct our gaze to different issues, all relevant to partnership development. Taking a critical position on North-South partnerships encourages to look into both the technical and the relational dimensions. Acknowledging that partnerships between Northern and Southern higher education institutions are largely resourced through development cooperation instruments, the focus on content of collaboration is guided by national and global policy agendas for development. And this, according to the critiques, easily leads to narrowed research agendas and limits the participation of Southern researchers in knowledge production. We know that inequalities and power asymmetries are present in all partnerships. But how do we acknowledge these issues of inequality, and what can we do to minimize the unequalizing effects of our activities? Invisible boundaries are made visible in the practices of collaboration. Some boundaries are created by the higher education sector itself. Let me give tuition fees and different payment categories as an example. Some are simply given to us. For example, visa regulations for both short and long-term mobility. Institutions both in the South and in the North find themselves spending unreasonable amount of resources to battle these challenges and cross the boundaries. It is also important to note that internationalization and participating in international partnerships is a position of privilege. Who in our institutions get to participate and benefit from international partnerships? Are our practices reinforcing privilege or sharing it more equally? Do we consider seniority, gender, employment type when thinking whom to send for a conference or coordinate a project? Is the selection done by nomination or by expression of interest? Working with international partnerships provides plenty of opportunities to recognize injustice, asymmetries, and complex power dynamics. For me, as a higher education researcher focusing on social justice, this is both painful and thought-provoking. Decolonial critiques of the internationalization of higher education reveal how internationalization approaches can easily reproduce unethical practices. How can we create practices that are not reproducing inequalities, or at least trying to admit that some of the things we do keep doing so? According to UNESCO, more than 85% of research done in Africa is conducted in collaboration with the Global North. More than 85%. According to Damtao Tefera from the International Network from Higher Education in Africa, research and publishing can be viewed as the incubators of internationalization. Taking an optimistic look, as in the quote on the slide from Isabella Aboderin, the director of the Perivoli Africa Research Center, research collaboration can become transformative spaces for a more balanced system. The Association of African Universities and other key higher education and academic organizations in Africa are currently preparing an ambitious but non-negotiable charter or framework for balanced South-North partnerships, with the ultimate goal of building an improved global research ecosystem which benefits both North and South. This charter is to be launched in Accra in Ghana in June this year, and we all look forward to seeing that happen. Besides gathering numeric data on partnerships and developing guiding documents, such as the charter mentioned before, it is also important to conduct research on the partnerships. We're currently working with colleagues to analyze doctoral education as a space for Finland-Africa research collaboration. International mobility of doctoral students has been one of the key characteristics of higher education institutions since the initial stage of modern doctoral education. Doctoral education is implemented in international partnerships between governments and institutions, or through mobile individuals who use their own resources to upgrade their education levels. Whether doctoral education is an individual or family project, or more of an interinstitutional arrangement, Highlighting the directions and flows of the diverse stakeholders who are involved is particularly important if we want to understand the dynamics of higher education internationalization and the contextual relevance of doctoral research. Trying to understand the scope of doctoral research conducted on the themes related to education development in Africa, we have identified completed doctoral dissertations in Finnish universities between years 2000 and 2021. We found a total of 104 dissertations, with their geographic focus presented in this map on the slide. We can see a diversity of African countries being represented, but there are also blank spots on the map, including for Rwanda. If we combine this map with maps of countries where Finland currently funds some higher education collaboration projects, or the map for the official development assistant partner countries, we can see why some of these countries are emphasized also in doctoral research projects. This rather technical presentation of regional coverage is a starting point for asking some more fundamental questions. In doctoral research projects, individual academics are more easily identified than their institutional affiliations that often also change during the course of doctoral education. We found that most of the 104 PhD graduates are students who have completed some earlier levels of education in different African countries, but then moved to Finland, typically for postgraduate or doctoral research. And there are also so-called Finnish students, including myself, who have had a research interest on education development in Africa. One set of data was gathered on the opponents and examiners of these dissertations. Out of the 83 external opponents who served in the public defenses of the dissertations, only 9 represented universities in the African continent. And this, of course, raises questions of how, by whom, and on which standards the quality and contextual relevance of the research is being evaluated. Secondly, as article-based dissertations consisting of articles often published in Anglo-American journals are becoming increasingly common, it was over half of the dissertations in our set of data, we need to ask who benefits from the research. Are the findings published in international journals accessible in the contexts where the research was conducted? I think we can guess the answer to this one. Drawing on critical theories, we ask questions related to knowledge production, its dynamics and relevance, and the location and utilization of the knowledge produced through doctoral dissertations. This kind of analysis can reveal some of the asymmetries and imbalances persistently present in academic collaboration. A Beninese philosopher, Pauline Hontonji, describes orientation to external sources of authority as extraversion, a global economy of culture that is structural, not personal. What can be done to avoid extraversion, to reduce imbalances and increase relevance? In the context of doctoral education, we have seen some good examples of interinstitutional supervisory teams, inviting pre-examiners and opponents who are familiar with the context of the study, connecting doctoral research projects with the local or institutional priorities as attempts to battle these challenges. This again signals the relational side of partnerships and requires individual effort to do things differently. Are our institutions ready to adapt to more equal and relevant practices? Could it be realistic, rather than a distant dream, to expect institutional policies that would require institutional representation of the research context in the supervisory team of a doctoral candidate? These kind of questions raised through our analysis signal the need for a more fundamental change that is required in global North Africa research relations. Again, referring to Isabella Aboderin from the Perivolia African Research Center, she emphasizes the necessity of a systemic approach to transforming global research rather than tinkering with individual collaborations. I quote her, If these research collaborations are to be transformative, they have to redress the fundamental power asymmetries in addition to the more practical arrangements. My second research example comes from an ongoing study of stakeholder dialogue on ingredients of good partnerships. This study is a joint effort of two Finland-based higher education networks that focus on Africa partnerships and colleagues from University of Namibia. We have facilitated and participated in dialogues between university staff and students from African and Finnish institutions who have been part of some international collaborations in their different roles. We have asked for individual views on what constitutes a good partnership and facilitated online small group discussions to identify these ingredients. This is a picture of our team. We are largely working online. The collaborative analysis of these dialogues has again pointed out the technical or organizational and the relational dimensions of the partnerships, and these are visible on this slide. Unfortunately, the text is not readable, but the two sides of the table indicate these two dimensions. The views provided by junior and senior academics and students who have contributed to and benefited from various collaborations offer a super diverse mix of experiences, values, and ideals for the recipe of a good partnership. It would be interesting to analyze how our own professional, geographic, institutional, and theoretical positionalities influence the way we look at partnerships. What has become evident so far is that the dimensions that we now suggest are strongly interconnected, and they may overlap in practice. And this reminds us of the importance of considering both the organizational and relational aspects and giving them an equal value. It is also important to recognize that these attempts to form shared understandings do not and should not be fully shared. We engage in partnerships from our unique positions and with our own expectations. What is important is to have an open discussion about these differences in our attempts to find a common ground and focus for collaboration. The global pandemic has taught us lessons on how collaborations can be, to a large extent, facilitated online, which has sure opened new avenues for partnerships. However, we have now experienced in this Rwanda-Finland partnerships around education how important it is to meet in person and experience things through all our senses. We have now had a chance to work together with colleagues in Finland last November, and now here in Kigali, using all our senses to learn about each other's contexts and interests. My colleagues who are working on a partnership between Palestine and Finland have just published a paper about relations from where I would like to bring up the notion of relational rigor in developing good partnerships. Relational rigor reaches higher levels when real visiting turns virtuality into an embodied experience. It is then that we become less strange to one another in a multi-directional process of developing learning and education. In our ongoing dialogues between Rwandan and Finnish institutions, we have seen how important it is to come together and share our diverse perceptions to formulate shared objectives for collaboration. Citing an interview with Dr. Sylvie Musio, the Vice Chancellor of Rwanda Polytechnic, the pressing challenges in education include both soft and hard challenges. The soft challenge being the quality of education system and the quality of the staff, and the infrastructure being the hard challenge. Balancing between immediate expectations, short-term and long-term objectives, and considering the resources available requires mutual understanding of each other's realities. Engaging in such dialogues has been enriching, and we look forward to continue. We also recognize the need to both learn from past experiences of partnering with other institutions and in other countries, while understanding that each collaboration is unique. Now, moving towards a conclusion, I would like to finish my talk by introducing a co-created visual metaphor for good partnerships. This figure is our initial effort to share the learning from our stakeholder dialogues and suggest an organic model to help us think about good partnerships. We consider this metaphor of a butterfly to reflect an ideal partnership. Butterflies, as partnerships, are living things that need nurturing. They are born in certain time and in a certain context. The two wings of the butterfly represent the partnering institutions that are situated in their unique social and societal contexts. Institutions are driven by their values and principles that should be at the core of forming partnerships. The body of the butterfly symbolizes the multiple relationships that are formed to make the partnership alive and able to fly. In reality, the butterfly's wings may not be perfectly balanced, and flying can sometimes be difficult. And let's also remind ourselves of the process of becoming a butterfly. We may be used to seeing and hearing about successful partnerships in terms of funded projects, signed MOUs, and so on. What often remains invisible are the processes behind getting the butterflies to grow to adulthood, and the fact that not all eggs or caterpillars ever reach adulthood. Each butterfly and each partnership is unique. However, I argue that it is important to keep analyzing what makes some partnerships grow into high-flying, mutually beneficial, and rewarding actions that are part of the process of transforming the global systems of knowledge creation. Murakose, thank you.
I think we all know this place. They probably have the best brochette in Kigali. So that's Shelando. And thank you, Professor Anna, for this amazing talk. And then this is coming through a global discussion on how to decolonize research as well as education. So my name is Hinda Ruton. I'm a faculty at the School of Public Health, and as well a founder and CEO of a data analytic company called Africa Quantitative Sciences. So I wouldn't dare try to summarize and everything the prof said, but in just before giving the floor to everyone, just quickly, and the professor will correct me if I'm wrong, it's how are we, first of all, how are we making sure that that there is a balanced partnership between the global north and the global south? How are we making sure that all these opportunities are not only benefiting the individual, mostly the institutions, right? How are we making sure that even within the global south institution, how are we making sure that we are equitably selecting those who are benefiting from these institutions? How globally and institutionally, and that comes with what I love most, how are we making sure that we are through the life of this partnership, how are we making sure that everything is based through evidence, right? Let's all make sure that I understand that in order for this partnership to be equitable and profitable to all, both the global north and the global south, we need to make sure that we are through time evaluating and basing decision from evidence. So without further ado, I would like to give opportunity to the member of the audience to ask any questions. I know we haven't had coffee, but there's definitely someone with question. Someone, anyone? Yes, thank you very much.
I think we need the microphone. Yeah, this one.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Nyerere, and I would like to appreciate your presentation. Mine is more of a comment than a question. Just to agree that there have been asymmetries when it comes to partnerships, not just in doctoral training and that, but also even in research involving senior faculty members. What I would say from my experience, because I've also done some work regarding partnerships, the transnational partnerships, what I also noted is that a lot of times the agenda is, of course, guided by those who are funding than those who are actually implementing the project. So these, the asymmetries arise from the imbalances in funding. And as much as we would like to have the voice of everybody, the Global South, the Global North, understood and also setting the agenda for research in these fields, we also need to urge our governments and our research institutions to also provide resources for that. We do know that we provide resources a lot of times in kind, and we don't even account for that. If we can leverage on that, that can also work in terms of reducing the asymmetries that that exist in research, and not just for the doctoral training, but also in senior research levels. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your very wonderful presentation. I have really appreciated this kind of topic. Partnership is very important in all aspects. My name is Habingabu Abodwe, TTRT Training College, TTC, survey, and continuing master's education student. I would like to ask you a question about the role of culture implication in contextualization of the partnership, just taking into consideration of two parties, even a kind of balance between the needs of the society and the ones you are partnering with. Thank you very much.
Maybe a last one before we give the floor to the professor. I need one question, otherwise we start doing jumping jacks, and then I know your brain will be fired up. Come on, guys, one more.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Let's start with this too. Thank you for the first comment. I don't think if I should how much should I react? Maybe my question around the opportunities of actually conducting research, especially among senior staff. I think it's really important to think, how do we perceive research? What is defined as research? Is it only something that is funded through a project that has a certain set of objectives, or is research something that we as academics try to do through our careers within the conditions that are given to us? I think all of us who have teaching positions in the academia know that teaching tends to take over all of our time and resources, but we still have the motivation to also do research, identify ourselves as researchers. So I think it's also really important to find that side of ourselves in order to pursue for different opportunities. But as you said, and as the evidence shows, 85% of research done on the African continent is funded somehow through collaborations with the Global North. So how do we resist that, and how do we start building ourselves up is the important question. I'm not sure if I understood the second question about the needs of society and how they relate to the needs that we are partnering with. So is it like a North-South question that you were asking? Can I ask for clarification? Thank you.
Okay, to clarify, my question goes to the culture, number one. Number two, the context. Number three, the needs of the two parties. Thank you.
Exactly. So we're talking about the two wings of the butterfly and how they may or may not be matching. What we try to show in this figure is how important it is to see the sort of outer layer of the butterfly's wings that gives the societal, social, cultural context of each of the partnering institutions. And this might also include the policy context and so on. And then where these two layers meet in the body of the butterfly, we really need to ask some hard questions, be open about the differences in the context, because obviously we don't have a perfect match, but finding something that combines us, something that we can commit to build a basis for the partnership is what seems to count. And then the same applies to the inner layer of the butterfly's wings that consists of the institutional structures, institutional cultures, and so on. We obviously cannot match everything perfectly, but we need to make sure that there are enough connections so we can make things work, be it financial transactions or be it about which topics in the curriculum we want to work on together. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, please.
At the University of Dodoma, it's a follow-up question basing from what you have been explaining. How do we strike the balance between the north and south? And we know that the resources are not the same. That's the first. But then the second is about the sustainability of our partnership, especially on the projects. Yeah, that's all. Now you can respond to the two first.
Yes, I think everyone who has been part of North-South collaborations have experienced the pain of the project-based approach and how it totally contradicts with the long-term planning that we would like to do and the sustained research agendas that we would like to pursue. So I definitely consider this as a very shared challenge. My experience of fighting these challenges with my own government and the funding bodies is that the more we find common voices and common critique by the partners, the more effective it becomes. So maybe we can take this as a shared challenge and work together to find the arguments and show how important it is to create more sustainable collaborations. Taking an optimistic look, I can see some improvement, for example, in the Finnish instruments. Now we are allowed to do a little bit longer projects, apply for 4 years instead of 2 years. That was the standard before, for example. So I do think our voices are heard, but my experience is that the Southern partners' voices are heard maybe better. So we invite you to come into these dialogues and raise these issues. I think it has more power in that context.
Maybe let's take two last questions. One, thank you. Thank you, MC. No question. So thank you very much, Prof. Anna, and thank you for your amazing question. So I'd like to ask you, let's clap for Prof. Anna. She was for the amazing presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, you may want to give another round of applause to the colleagues here. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Hannah, and thank you so much, Mr. Hinda. Things happen in the background. We got you very, very fast on track. Thank you for adjusting so fast to facilitate this. And we talk about partnerships. Some analogies are very strong and they keep in the brain. And Professor Anna talked about the two wings. In terms of partnerships, South-North, and how the two wings maybe could work together to make the bird fly. And that was very strong, whether the two wings should have equal strength, or which wing should maybe help the bird to propel faster, or whether they should meet actually, or whether the bird can still fly when one wing is weak or stronger. So I think for a perfect balance, the wings should really be matching and maybe collaborating and communicating together. If not, the bird just falls down. And thank you for leaving us that perfect analogy of how we should work together. So we invite our next panelists. We have Mr. Theodore Habimana and Jacqueline Nyarere. I hope they are in the audience. We are pleased to also invite Dr. Matthias Nduingoma, Mrs. Diane Sengati. You can gently, smartly walk to the front. We have Dr. Barnabas Muyengwa. I hope I'm saying the names right. And then Prof. Abdul Razak Olanyinka Onie. This is a good name. Are we all around here? Please be invited to the front, and then we take it off from there. Well, I don't want to mix issues, but there's going to be a health break after your panel, and you know what that means. Thank you so much. You may want to give them a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much. Dr. Theodore? Yes. Okay. Please, can you have...
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mike. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Dear colleagues, all protocols observed. I'm Theodore Habimana. I'm a senior lecturer at Ruhengeri University of Applied Science, Ines Ruhengeri. I head the Department of Computer Science. We are going to be discussing the ICT in education. The ICT in education will try to understand with our panel. We'll try to understand what are the requirements for establishing a resilient ICT system which can drive the changes in terms of access to quality education. We'll be turning around the SDG number 4 on access to quality and quality education. I will let everyone introduce herself or himself. Can I let everyone start introducing from this side, please?
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Nyerere from Kenyatta University, School of Education, Department of Educational Management, Policy and Curriculum Studies. I wear many hats. At Kenyatta University, I'm also coordinating the Green Education Hub, which is a product of a project that we're implementing on transforming universities for a changing climate. Besides that, I've also an interest in flexible open distance learning, and of course an interest in ICT and how this can facilitate learning across. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, I am Matthias Nduingoma. I'm from the College of Education of the University of Rwanda. I am also a lecturer in computer science, and I'm the director of the Center for Open and Distance E-Learning. And that center is in charge of the integration of ICT in teaching, learning, and assessment in the whole university. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Professor Abdurazak Olayinka Oniye. I'm the Dean School of Education, University of Kigali. I'm by training a guidance counselor, educator, and teacher. And if it may interest you, my area of specialty in guidance and counseling is marriage and family counseling. And I'm also involved in ICT education. So it is a pleasure being here with you. Good morning. Is it working?
It works.
Good morning. My name is Diane Sengati. I'm the acting head of the Department for ICT in Education in Rwanda Basic Education Board, and also the Director of Digital Content and Instructional Technology Development. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dr. Barnabas Muyengwa. I am a tutor and the research pedagogical advisor at TTC Nyamata under REB. I am on secondment on a government-to-government agreement from Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, I am the national coordinator of the PGD program, and my interests are in teacher development. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alex Sinhare, and I'm the CEO of Rwanda ICT Chamber. I'm here representing the industry and to look at how ICT or the ICT industry is contributing to the education sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Together with my colleagues, we'll be looking at this topic just like my co-moderator has mentioned. We are trying to dissect and look at the integration of ICT in education. We do know that especially the institutions in Africa are still struggling with the integration of ICT, and sometimes even the definition of what actually constitutes actual integration of ICT in education, or just casual use of ICT devices in education. So I think with the knowledge and experience from both academia, from the ministry, and also from the industry, we should be able to also discuss this in relation to the context that we are operating in. Just to highlight, COVID-19 specifically did actually give us a sneak peek into where we are in terms of use of ICT, because this is the time that I would say most institutions were forced to turn on to ICT and to have flexible learning with the physical distancing that we had. I do know that, for instance, institutions in Kenya, we have several institutions, private, public, different levels of development. We did see a difference emerge in terms of how institutions were able to adapt to this. There are institutions which already had learning platforms and it was easy, for instance, to transition, but still not so easy because even these platforms were not usually utilized for all the students. It was either the students were registered for online studies or for digital learning programs. So when all students were forced to go into the platform or were supposed to utilize the platforms, we realized that there were issues to do with capacity in terms of the learners and also the facilitators, that's the lecturers now turning facilitators. We had challenges to do with infrastructure, and I think these are challenges that many countries would identify with. Infrastructure, be it in terms of the actual devices that are utilized, but also electricity and internet access. We also witnessed a challenge in terms of, or a difference in terms of students coming from different areas. So the students, of course, based in the urban areas could get to access internet, electricity, and that, but the students who are in remote areas had a challenge with this. So when we talk about integration of ICT, what do we mean and how inclusive is it? We also saw a difference when it comes to students' access, both those with learning challenges and those who have no impairments at all. So we are looking at this, and as we said, reflecting on the SDG 4, thinking about inclusivity. How inclusive are we in terms of integration of ICT? What is the quality of learning when it comes to use of ICT? And how have we, or what are some of the measures that we put in place at institutional level or national levels to be able to facilitate this? So ICT, as we all know, is, of course, is the future. Looking at the job markets and where we are moving towards, we realize that we cannot leave ICT out of this. And how do we prepare for the world of work if we as institutions of learning do not start integrating this? I know that, for instance, here in Rwanda and also in Kenya, we're implementing the competence-based curriculum, and part of the components that we see in the competence-based curriculum, part of that is the use of ICT as part of the transferable skills, that to prepare for the future of work, we need to also have literacy or ICT literacy. So these are all the pushes that we experience, and of course the need to be able to integrate the use of ICT in learning and many other advantages that my colleagues will talk about. And we want to evaluate and see how exactly are we faring in terms of this and what are the gaps that we want to fill. Again, with the introduction of online teaching and learning because of COVID-19 specifically, we realized that actually the private sector had a role to play, has always had a role to play, and which has been underutilized. And I believe that to date, we might not say that with confidence that we are already at a level where we are utilizing these public-private partnerships. So again, an example from Kenya, we realized that, for instance, the mobile phone operators and those who are able to facilitate by reducing the cost of bundles for students and learners, or providing devices to the learners to be able to move to ICT. This is the time that we saw that kind of partnership but is it sustainable? And what are some of the things that we can still put in place to ensure that this is achieved? So it is the integration of ICT, and what can we do to ensure that there is inclusivity, and how do we bring on board all the stakeholders, including the private sector, to be able to achieve this. I will invite my co-facilitator in this, Theodore, to tell us what exactly do we mean when we talk about ICT in education, and what is really required to integrate ICT in education.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us what you have done so far in Kenya regarding the ICT in education. The ICT in education, or the information and communication technology in education, can be regarded on 4 aspects. The first aspect is the aspect of infrastructure. You have mentioned the access to electricity, the access to internet, the internet connectivity, but also the equipment, the ICT equipment, starting from the classic computer, the mobile equipment, the telephones, the various mobile equipment we are using, the projectors, and other various equipment we use. We can classify them again in what can I say, like in 2 categories: those equipment which are used for general purposes, the projectors, the computers, but also the specific equipment which are used by specialized students, like those doing technology options, like those in computer science, those in electronics. They have specific ICT equipment they are using. Another aspect of ICT in education is the tools, the soft tools that we are using. As the technology advances, a number of software and applications have been developed in various countries and at international level. And to be well equipped in terms of ICT, they need to know how to manipulate those equipment, how to use those software applications, and how to contribute to their development. You know that the teacher in teaching, the teacher is at the center of development of pedagogical tools and equipment. So the teacher needs to be well equipped to contribute to the development of those tools and to bringing innovations which are adapted to the context where he or she is teaching. The fourth aspect is now what to teach, the content, the program, the curriculum. The curriculum needs to be digitized. It has to be put in a format which is ICT based, and once again, the teachers need to be introduced to that digital curriculum. You have talked about the competence-based approach. The competence-based approach is well aligned to the use of ICT. There is a need to develop the content and tools which bring what we can call a virtual reality in education. This has been tested in our country, in the TVET, while for the students, for example, learning heavy machines driving, the student who is learning heavy machine driving does not start from a real machine. This is also used in aviation, even in the manipulation of ships. They have some models, they have adapted softwares that they start from there. They are just models, and from that they can simulate the reality. When they have got enough skills, they can go to the real machine. I think I will limit myself to this, and my colleague, Professor Oniye, Professor Oniye, will be telling us from that background how do you understand the ICT in education? How can it contribute to resilient education systems, talking about the inclusion, the access to quality, the education? How can ICT in education help us to build those resilient ICT systems?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, once again. We have gotten from the two people who have spoken the importance of ICT, what constitutes ICT, and what has been done here and there. But when we talk about partnership between ICT and education, we need to understand that, yes, the partnerships between ICT and education will be in the area of teaching, in the area of learning, in the area of research, in the area of administration, in the area of community service. We have also been told about issue of capacity. Capacity with who? Capacity on the side of the teacher, capacity on the child, on the side of the learner. But from experience, and I want to believe you are aware that capacity building is key if we are going to integrate ICT into resilient education, or we are going to talk about inclusive education. Unfortunately, we are lacking when it comes to this capacity. From experience, what we have seen, younger learners who have the opportunity of being introduced to ICT are doing better than some of us who are older. When you see lecturers who are 50 and above, some of us have challenges manipulating ICT. I have seen instances where lecturers who are 50 and above will ask you, remind me what is my password. You know? So, and if you cannot remember your password for your email, if you are given a username and you can't remember, or you keep the username with somebody, anytime you want to manipulate the system, you have to call on that person. If the phone of that person is not going, you are stuck. Recently, examination was organized, or screening was organized for a group of students who were exiting the university. And you will not believe that some of them, after completing 3-year, 4-year program, were sitting face to face with computer for the first time. And some of them have challenges manipulating the keyboard, pushing the mouse, and what have you. So when we talk about building resiliency, issue of capacity building is key, because what you don't have, you cannot give. So there is the need for capacity building for teachers, capacity building for learners. Then there is the issue about inadequacy of ICT facilities. In our schools, if we fail to teach the learners modern skills, we cannot expect them to go out there and utilize those skills. Jacqueline has talked about the experience in Kenya, and we also know that in most African countries, the rural areas, schools in rural areas have challenges. Some of them do not have power, electricity. Some have limited ICT facilities. Some do not have at all. So if you are producing learners from that background who are coming to tertiary institution without that background, what are they going to use? If you want to know, go around your students who are holding either laptop, tabs, iPad, or whatever. Many of them are not reading any educational material on those systems they are holding. When you see them with plug-in earpiece, many of them were either listening to music or series. That is what they are watching. But in some other climes, what I have seen is that they have these tabs already customized. Even when you are traveling, you can open to your tab and be reading your module. You can be reading your courses, even while you are in transit. So we need to factor this into our development or integration of ICT, such that as our students are moving around, they could access on the go their lectures, their notes, and what have you. And of course, let me quickly say this, that there is the need for the ICT facilities to be made more abundantly available. You go to some of our schools, you have a dedicated room. We call it maybe computer lab, we call it, but when you compare the ratio of computers available to the number of students, you know, it's grossly inadequate, right? And when we want to build resiliency and we want to do this, we should integrate ICT to such an extent that even when we put MCB or what we call multiple choice questions, we should be able to go to the extent that when we author our questions, the questions should not only be this multiple choice of picking A to D. Our students, our learners should be able to express themselves, write short answers, that the moment you supply such answers, you are already being graded. What we are using the authoring something for in most cases now is just for us to have A, B, C, and then you see multiple this objective. So I think to build resiliency, let me conclude by saying We need issue of capacity building. We need issue of facility. We need issue of total integration. And Jacqueline has talked about literacy. Yes, it is important. And of course, I want to submit that there must also be policy to drive the ICT inclusion in education, because some regulatory bodies gave limited permission to institutions to do blended learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oniye, for that. I'd like to invite Barnabas to also share with us the ministry's role in supporting institutions of learning to integrate ICT. I know that institutions also require support from the government through the ministries, as well as from other actors. But let's hear from the Ministry of Education and what the ministry is doing to support institutions of learning to integrate ICT. Barnabas?
Thank you. Yes, the ministry is supporting capacity development in the use of ICT. Ministry continues to capacity build educators in the use of ICT. Educators here refers to the school leaders, the teachers. The school leaders is critically important because these are the ones who provide leadership, instructional leadership in the educational institutions. For the teachers, they have to be capacitated because these are being classroom practitioners. These are the implementers when it comes to the use of ICT. So this is why we need to invest in, why the ministry is investing in the capacity development of teachers and the school leaders. And the ministry also has gone out of its way maybe to provide computers to schools and to educators. The idea is that we wanted to improve the ICT infrastructure, which the previous speaker was talking about. And we have also seen the provision of online learning platforms, so that through these learning platforms, teachers and learners can access content in their various learning areas. The ministry has also partnered organizations and the telecommunications companies to provide teaching and learning resources. And the ministry is reaching out to these organizations in order to establish what the professor was referring to as the resilient education systems. And these resilient education systems, these are education systems which need to prepare our learners for future crises. We have just gone through COVID, and COVID is not the last crisis we are going to face, but we wanted to establish those resilient now education systems. Maybe to understand the resilient education system, we are saying if something is resilient, it is able to withstand those adverse conditions. So we are saying we want our education systems so that we will be able to operate even in after future crisis. We have seen from COVID that those institutions who had invested in ICT infrastructure, they were able to continue with their learning using online learning mode. So this is the idea of preparing our schools and our educators for future crises so that we can also operate. So the ministry has gone out to seek partnerships, as the other presenter has said, to seek partnerships so that we are reaching out for support to establish this resilient education system. But the ministry also recognized that through the school leadership, there are certain conditions for us to be able to establish those resilient education systems. For example, one has to be honest. If we are seeking support from partners, and one has to be humble. If you are seeking for support, you don't have to demand. You have to be humble. If you are seeking for support, you have to be flexible. Don't be rigid, because you want support so that you establish these resilient education systems. As you also want to be patient, you are asking for support, so don't be in a demanding mood as it were. We want to be patient. We have made our requests and so forth. So the ministry is cognizant of all that. And currently, we are saying the ministry is engaged in continuous professional development of educators. Educators meaning school leaders and the teachers, so that they understand, especially the teachers, they understand ICT as a body of knowledge and ICT in education as a teaching tool, where they wanted to combine it with some methodology, where they want to facilitate, where they want it to be embedded in other teaching methodologies. So this is why the continuation of the professional development which is being undertaken by the ministry. And we are also aware that ICT keeps on changing. So we want to keep on training the teachers. So we update their ICT skills. So the ministry is partnered other organizations, it has partnered telecommunication companies, it has supported the training of educators, school leaders, and teachers. And it has also provided computers. So the ministry is doing a lot in terms of building a resilient educational system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barnabas, for that. That's support in capacity development and also in provision of facilities. That's what is lacking in most institutions. Now, we hear from the industry these partnerships that we realize we cannot do without. So what's the industry doing in the context of Rwanda to provide that support to integrate ICT in education? Alex.
Thank you very much. I think most has really been touched in one way or another. There's not so much difference from what we've heard the previous speakers, from infrastructure down to connectivity or access to devices. So industry, in essence, is participating. Now, maybe the other question would want to ask could be, okay, how can industry even participate more? And what does it ask for, or what are its expectations from academia or from ministries? But first, let me go back a little bit. So in Rwanda, what we've been able to do at the ICT Chamber, as well as in the broader EdTech ecosystem, or just to clarify, what we have done is we've taken ICT in education and reframed it into EdTech, cognizant of the fact that education is the key factor and technology comes in as a supporting tools or instruments, but at the end of the day, the expectation is we're here to improve learner outcomes and to support that being the outcome that is desired. We've heard about the fact that Rwanda is targeting, in 2016, revamped the curriculum to really have it as a competence-based curriculum. So what within industry we were able to do is organize our entrepreneurs. And for some time now, we've been running, or some of our flagship initiatives have been on innovation and incubation hubs. And from those, we have seen companies or startups that have built learning management systems, or some that have customized the existing ones like Moodle and so on. But also, we're increasingly seeing content development and content development companies. And it is these companies that we have brought together to create the EdTech Forum. The EdTech Forum being a forum or a gathering that brings together stakeholders in the EdTech in the education space, both from the private sector, policymakers, as well as other support organizations like NGOs or development partners that we tend to find in the education sector strongly contributing as well. So from our side, what we've seen is, yes, there is the infrastructure, there's the connectivity, but there is also the content and the learning management systems, and also what would, I think for most of our companies, classify as school management or facility management systems. And these, in a way, we saw during COVID and now even post-COVID, we've seen the adoptions have gone high. Just last week, we witnessed, I think, the launch of the Starlink connectivity in about 50 schools in Rwanda that is going to be piloting. In partnership with the MasterCard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, we also run an awareness campaign on EdTech, which is called EdTech Mondays, and we had the latest episode on this Monday, in which industry, as well as the government and other stakeholders, really go on, participate in a radio and talk show and TV and others that aims on creating awareness, because we understand that this penetration of EdTech solutions or penetration or adoption of ICT in education is not going to be achieved by just one player. It's all of us. And the awareness is as important as the solutions and the technologies that we build. So if we're going to succeed, we're going to succeed because we work together. And which is really why I appreciate being on this panel today, because I understand that as educators that are sitting in the room, some of you are training teachers. Some of you are training people that are going to come for employment in our companies and in our organizations. So the most we can ask for, or the least we can ask for, is that they are exposed to the tools and systems that we expect them to be ready with when they come in industry or when they come in the private sector, and we're ready to employ them. So in a nutshell, what we've done and what we're trying to do in Rwanda as industry is to join forces with what government is doing, but also in that joining forces, it's also a part of advocacy to make sure that government and several other partners, that they're putting in place enabling environments and not anti-competitive processes and behavior that actually kind of deters or disincentivizes private sector from investing in education, because we understand, we know that the future of education in this high technology evolving world is definitely going to be changing literally every year. I don't know if those of you that are already experimenting with ChatGPT, yeah, we need to be speaking, to be looking into how is AI or how is artificial intelligence going to change the way we deliver education, the way we even evaluate learning, because now someone has an extra brain or an extra mind on their phone or on their laptops, and it's permeating every other piece of what we do. So that's what we're doing. I won't go beyond this, but thank you. If there's any further questions, I'm here and we're open to collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for your contribution and really a detailed and comprehensive expose on how the private sector is collaborating and intervening in education. Dr. Matthias, you have been in the College of Education for the last 2 decades, most of the times heading the Department of Computer Science with Education, and now leading the Open and Distance Learning Center. Can you shortly describe for us what are the achievements in regard to the integration of ICT in education? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this question. I think my colleagues who started to talk, they have highlighted many things about the achievement of ICT integration in education. But let me add some more elements. When we are talking about ICT, many people used to understand business, and we know that ICT is found in all areas of their life, and of course in education. And to get the achievement, there are some basic activities that have to be done, and most of them my colleagues try not to talk about. I can repeat the infrastructure that is needed. I can repeat again the capacity building. Our teachers, lecturers, they have to be trained so that they can use the ICT tools, they can help the learners. I bring again another aspect which is related to content, and the content has been talked by one of my colleagues here. And there is another aspect which has been forgotten, which is very important, that I would like to tell you is the policies. Yeah, we need policies because when you have material, when you are training people, you have to base on something which is tangible. So the policies are very important. Policies of ICT, policies related to e-learning, and other policies like for the quality assurance or for open distance and learning in your institution. Coming now to the question of related to achievements, we have many achievements. I was looking into this room. I found that all of us, we are sitting around table, and the table, they are cycled, and in the middle, there are computers. Imagine 20 years ago, you as teachers, I should see many papers between you, but you are dealing with the computers. So this is one of the achievements of ICT in education. Teachers, you are moving with computers, you are moving with tablets, you are moving with telephone, mobile phones, smart ones. So this is very important. Another thing that I can say, they have talked about the competence-based curriculum, and the competence-based curriculum has been developed because we want to shift from the teacher-centered pedagogy to the learner-centered pedagogy. This is another achievement which is very important, and we are now basing on the knowledge, competence, and attitudes when we are not training our students. Of course, we still have some gaps to fill, but that is the reality, and we can succeed it if we are having ICT in this business. Another thing is the accessibility to education. Some times ago, we used to have very few students. We used to have people who were withdrawing from their schools because of many factors. But today, with the ICT, we see that you can decide not to go to the campus, you can decide not to go to the school, and if you have these tools, you can get access to the teaching material. So And this is related to what we call the equity and equality, which has been improved. The inclusiveness. You know, we are having students. That is a case that we have in our university, especially at the College of Education, where we have students who cannot see. We are now having the assistive technology, which is helping them. Imagine to see someone who cannot see. He goes up to, or she goes up to PhD level. ICT has helped to improve the life of this group of students who are having disabilities. Another aspect that I can bring is the affordability of the school. Invest at the beginning a lot of money, but later people should not pay a lot. We have a program, an example that I want to give to you. We have a program that we call distance training program. It is, now it was at the level of diploma. We are going to upgrade it at the level of bachelor degree. The students, they are paying almost 1/3 of the school fees that other students they are paying, because they are learning in blended learning mode. So that is showing that ICT is improving the affordability. Now, we are trying to develop the teaching material so that the student can get it from where they are and at any time. So they are not consuming our infrastructure in the campus. They are not consuming many material that other students are using. So this is very important. Another thing that I can say is we are sharing expertise. When, for example, at university level, we are having these cross-cutting modules, they should be taught by many people, but you know, all of us, we don't have the same capacities, even if we have the same degrees. But someone can develop and others can work as tutors and help. So this expertise is shared. So this is very important in education, and I can say that is another achievement. And lastly, the use of what we call OERs, Open Educational Resources, or the MOOCs, Massive Open Online Courses, that have been developed by others. We are getting access to them without paying. Of course, they are not free of charge. They have been paid by others, other companies or organizations, but we are getting access to them. This is very important, and we do it because of ICT in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matthias. I know you can tell us more. Diana, you have been in Rwanda Basic Education Board for the last 15 years or more, and I know a lot has been done with a number of projects, the one laptop per child, the smart classroom. Can you please tell us briefly what is the status today and what we can learn from Rwanda and implement it in other countries? Thank you. Diana, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. As you say that we started, I think, at a point where we had almost no computers in schools, and then later on we started with very few computers, and now, as you said, we have a lot different projects like smart classrooms in schools, and one laptop per child in primary schools, and also one laptop per teacher program to ensure that all teachers have laptops to use, not only for teaching, but also to prepare their lessons, to make some researches and to make them available, of course, and accessible by their students. I see this as a journey. Looking at where we are, I think we still have that journey to go. We cannot say that we haven't done anything. I think my colleague Barnabas said that the government has made tremendous efforts to get where we are. And I'm sure that with the support that we still have and the will that is there, the policies that are drafted to support that as guidelines, we still have a promise that we can be further and we can do better. So one laptop child in primary schools, first of all, let me start when we started with the ICT in education, where we started with ICT as a tool, as a subject. ICT was only taught as a subject, and it started in secondary schools. But later on, with the competence-based curriculum, ICT was introduced as a subject from primary schools to secondary. I'm going to talk about mainly in basic education. So from primary to secondary, ICT was introduced as a subject. But again, the curriculum also emphasized on the introduction of integration and utilization of ICT as a tool at all levels and in all subjects. That means that we shouldn't see ICT as just having the skills, but rather understanding what those skills, how those skills can help us achieve our duties. And by first of all understanding this will help us to understand that ICT is not just about the infrastructure, it's not only about the devices, because if you have the devices and if you have even the capacity of using them, but you don't understand how to understand how these devices, how this technology will be used as a teacher or as a student, then I think we still have, this is what we are actually trying to make teachers and the society understand. Because when we introduce the ICT in education, most people will be afraid, and having like maybe computers will be replacing teachers, or maybe there will be students will not have time to write with a pen. But I don't think this is the way they should see it, because ICT should be seen as mainly an enabler, because you might decide to teach using ICT, but it doesn't mean that if you have a lesson of 40 minutes, you don't need to use those all those 40 minutes using ICT, but you can use a little bit less than that. But it's up to us to understand maybe what kind of technology will I use, depending on the objectives of the lesson and what we want to achieve. So far, I think we have a number of schools having the devices. We have a number of teachers who have been trained. We have also some digital content which are aligned to the curriculum. And we have also some projects which are in the pipeline, where we want to have those content that we have, but being more digitalized, interactive, and more inclusive for all students. So we have also some challenges, of course. Challenges, I think most of our colleagues also talked about them, where we see we don't have all schools already. We don't have yet all schools having access to these technologies. and we are in the, I think, on the middle of our journey. So we still have a lot to do, and to achieve the targets, we still need to work together in partnership with different stakeholders, development partners, but also the private sector. So I think if we agree, because we are also in negotiations with 3 different projects, and I'm very sure that most of the thing, I think the challenges are around some sustainability. We need to think about how to sustain what we have, but also what we will have. And I'm sure that working together, we will be able to achieve a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. The ICT in education really today is a very wide subject. You all know a number of researches have been done around about it. We have many publications, many PhDs on various aspects of the ICT in education. And today it is a business. The big ICT companies in the world, Google, Microsoft, all of them have now ventured into ICT in education. So partnership with the private sector, where the North-South partnership is a key to the success or to the real integration of ICT in education. The time will not allow us to ask questions in this session. You see that, I see that a number of people are need to know more or to ask questions. But as we are moving to the healthy break, you have got our contacts, you know our names, so you can approach any one of our panel members and ask for the details. There is a lot yet to be shared, but the time will not allow us. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mike, for having given us this opportunity. Can you clap for us?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Matthias. Thank you, Mrs. Diane Sengati, Alexi, Dr. Barnabas Muyengwa, and you know, Prof, thank you so much. Your name is so good. I respect. That's why I didn't say it. Yeah. So thank you so much. You may want to take back your seats. Well appreciated. And for leading the panel, it's been long since I had a very clear voice. So thank you so much. Very clear and precise. Appreciate that. And please be invited to your seats. It's been also the biggest panel since we started, so you may know why they are so constrained with time. Now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a health break, and please be sure to ask many questions. Ask many questions, very important questions. One of them may be, did you all get your passwords? And how many times have you changed them since the last 3 days? And I know that every other question counts, including that one. But be sure to ask very pertinent ones. This is just a, you know. So please, we're going to our health break. We have 2 panels after break. Between break, health break and lunch, we have 2. So be sure to be here after 25 minutes from now. Try to be fast so that we have enough time for the other panelists, please. And another announcement: if you got a link. Those of you who want to visit the Genocide Memorial, the Vision City, please register yourselves, because we have that visit tomorrow at 1:30 to there. So please visit. We want to make sure that we know how many so that we plan accordingly. Bon appetit. You may head to the health break. The ushers are going to be out there to guide you. Thank you. Yes, there's going to be a session for the SDSN on gender and STEAM. So, is it going to be right after tea break? Okay. Please, I see most of you are still seated and it's over time. So can we start another panel? And then we start. Commencez même.
Good morning, also members of the SDSN. Do you remember what means SDSN? I should come invite you to give some explanations. It means Sustainable Development Solution Networks. So the SDSN, please keep silence, s'il vous plaît. Merci bien, je vous remercie cordialement. SDSN Belgium and SDSN Grand Lac, Great Lakes, to invite you for the 2 SDSN sessions this afternoon from 2 o'clock with 2 topics on the most vital issues you can imagine for Rwanda, for Africa, for all of us. First, gender inequality and education in science, technology, engineering, maths. Gender inequality and STEM. First topic. Second topic is on education and health, a research culture in health education, health training, at university level, at tertiary education level, and at other levels. So, health and education. This afternoon, on this very spot, so here in this auditorium, you will have the honor, the privilege, and the unique opportunity to debate with top scholars. They're coming from Europe, even from Belgium, especially to present their conclusions on international perspectives and on local Rwandese experiments and projects, research-based. So please be very welcome, 2 o'clock in this place, in this location, in this auditorium, on this spot. Don't forget, from 2 o'clock until 3:30, and on the second session on health and education from 3:45 to 6. So, thanks so much. See you later.
Well, thank you again. Welcome from your health break. We have 2 panels before lunch, and we want to make sure that we make good use of time. You may note that we are creating small pieces of times on the side, so that if there's anything that you haven't gotten from the main here, then you can always interact with people during health break or during lunch. So the next panelists are going to use 45 minutes each panel, so that we really get here at the right time. So I'll invite the panel on inclusive and special needs education, and that is going to be moderated by Dr. Flora Mutezgaju. If you're in the audience, please be invited to the front here. And as you come, we have Mr. Murenzi Vincent. We have Mr. Jean-Pierre Neziriayo. And we have Madame Angelique Tusime. Please be invited to the podium here, and then you take it off from there. Yes, as they sort out, I also have feedback from the audience. Like I told you in the morning, anything you want to communicate, let me know so that I communicate it also. The feedback I have from you is that the panelists, it's better the panelists speak less so that you get enough time to ask them, right? Am I reporting it clearly? Yeah, I see many yeses, so that means you said it. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Flora Mtezkashu, and I'm black, have a black skin. I'm wearing glasses and matte-colored dress and black shoes. This is for colleagues who have visual impairment, for them to know who we are and how we look like. I'm happy to be the moderator of Special Need and Inclusive Education panel discussion. And with me, I'm with the expert from different organizations. I'm with Professor Karangwa. Please introduce yourself, Prof.
Thank you. Karangwa Evariste, I'm the Dean of the School of Inclusive and Special Education for the last many years. I'm male, black, hardly any hair, and that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Murenzi, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Murenzi. I'm a Rwandan. I work with the Humanity and Inclusion, former Handicap International, as operations manager, but with a strong background in inclusive education as a specialist, consultant, and researcher. Thank you.
Angelique, please.
Good morning. I'm Angelique Etsime. I work with World Vision as Education Technical Advisor for a USAID-funded project called Uburezi Wacu, or Homes and Communities in English. I am a female, I'm brown, with short, natural hair. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you. My name is Jean-Pierre Niziryayo. I'm working with HVP Gatagara. HVP Gatagara is a famous organization working in disability movement since 1960s. I am the school headmaster, and I have a big experience in disability movement. I am in the movement since 20 years, working with schools and centers for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, and we are going to have a very interesting discussion. To start with, I want to say that education is a fundamental human right, and every child, regardless whether has a disability or special education needs, should have access to quality education. However, for children with special needs and children with disability and those with special education needs, they don't have that access to quality education. In fact, globally, data shows us that 50% of 32 million children with disabilities are not in school. And those who enroll in school, they drop out prematurely. And very few who persist in education system, they learn less compared to those without disabilities. So we are here today to engage in dialogue, to see what are the challenges that are hindering children with disability and those with special needs to access quality education, and how we could do better and how we could overcome those challenges. I will start with Professor Karangwa, who is an expert in special needs education. And I will start with a question that we know that the very important special services that we could give children with disabilities is early identification and assessment. This is because we must know who are these learners and what kind of needs they have so that we address them. So I wanted to ask Prof, do you think that in education system of Rwanda, are we providing these special services? And if not, how are we, what can we do to provide this special service, and who should be involved?
Thank you, Flora. Well, our constitution is very clear that every child should access education as a matter of right and entitlement, and the related laws since 2003. And we do agree with me, those who have been contact with our education system, a range of children with different special needs, the most disadvantaged in education, have been accessing education for quite some time, especially with 9-year basic education, 12-year basic education. However, according to the data from the Ministry of Education, especially the annual yearbook of statistics, a big number of children do drop out before they complete primary 1. And the number may double before they complete primary 6. And when you look at this data, the biggest number are those who are educational disadvantaged, and the most of those are those with disabilities. I will just read for you some of the data I got from one of the ESSP, Education Sector Plan, which had been reported 5 years for the last 10 years, that a child with disability is 3 times less likely to start school at the right age, may start later and drop out at a later stage, and she's or he's 18% greater chances of repeating the grade at primary 1 and the primary grades, and is 4 times higher, has 4 times higher chance of dropping out of school. Besides, most of the our schools, especially primary and secondary and even tertiary institutions, are not child-friendly enough and not disability-friendly enough. So these, much as our education sector plan articulate that every child has the right to education, most of them still drop out. And one of the things we see is simply because these children are not known in our system of education. If you look at the SDMS, the system used by the Rwanda Education Board, their special education need is not known. What is not possibly is there are a few children with disabilities scattered all over the country, and some of our schools, but what we need to know, and this is I'm trying to answer a question now, are 2 important things. Who are the children with special needs, 1. 2, what are their challenges, what they require in order to access and progress and complete education. These last 2 we don't have. What are the challenges to access education, progress in education, and what they require, and special education need assessment is all about that. We don't have that system within our education system. Until we have it, these children will continue to drop out and fail to progress. And I don't think, even our region, they still have difficulties in a few of our countries. Thank you. I think that's what I have to say, address that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Plov. Talking about data, I wanted to have a follow-up question on data, disability data. The recent census showed that the person with disability in Rwanda are 3.4%, and the World Health Organization said that at least 15% of the population are the people who have disabilities. Why do you think that data on disability in Rwanda are very few compared to the global perspective, and what are the challenges, and what can we do to ensure that we have accurate disability data?
Well, I wouldn't interpret the data which has been produced by our National Institute of Statistics. They possibly know better. But there are a few questions we can raise and discuss in this forum. One is the kind of statistics we produce in Rwanda, even in our region. For example, the statistic we have today, which is 3.4%, it has dropped 2% from the statistic we had 2 years ago. Yet the disabling factors in our society continue to be the same. You know, the kind of health services we have, the kind of malnutrition the mothers of our children have. You know, disabling factors are always related to economic factors within the society. And as you say, 80% of people with disabilities live in underdeveloped countries, what one of the presenters this morning was calling the Global South. So Rwanda is part of that, and there's no way we could have 3% when the northern countries, the global north, usually their statistics count about 10%. So we can ask many questions and ask whether this is right or not. And it's the same thing in our region. Kenya was in 2019 was almost the same data as Rwanda. Uganda 2014 it was 12%, which is almost the same as Tanzania, 13%. And you all claim to use ICF methods, tools to conduct a census. ICF tools are tools used in conducting census to identify people, population with disabilities, and we use the same tools globally. Yet we have different data. The disabling factors are the same in our region. So it relates to what you asked earlier. We interpret disability differently, depending on our culture, depending on perception of the census agencies. There are many things. For example, we reported that we have 0% of people with albinism in Rwanda. Yet when I talk to the person who is heading the president of albinos in Rwanda, were telling me that 1,238 people benefit from the sun lotions from our health centers, which is 0.09%, and there are a bigger number which don't access these lotions and does not have the data for that. So there are many questions around disability data we have, and the data we can plan with, and therefore, there are many things we can discuss around this, and I don't have to take more time on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will go to Mr. Murenzi. We know that for inclusive education to be successfully implemented, teacher and school administrator, they have to be trained on inclusive education. And the data we have right now shows that only 10.2% of teachers and school administrators are trained in inclusive education. What can we do? My question is, what can we do to ensure that teachers and school administrators are trained in inclusive education so that they are able to teach diversity of students in the classroom?
Thank you, Dr. Flora. Allow me to address this question by first of all acknowledging the political commitment that has been noted in Rwanda over the last 2 decades. Actually, Rwanda had a strong commitment to promote inclusive education, whereby there is a national policy on inclusive education. There are a set of guiding documents, including the National Paper of Norms and Standards for Inclusive Education, a set of 8 inclusive pedagogical tools, but also some good initiative to train more teachers, including putting in place the School of Inclusive Education and allowing inclusive education to be part of the syllabus in the TTCs, teacher training colleges. Those are really key achievements that can allow teacher training to happen. But as we said earlier, there is a mismatch between policy and the practice. So far, only 10.2% of teachers and school leaders are trained. This is a trend that is crucial, and we need to address it. To address it, we needed to translate, first of all, this political commitment into action. That is level 1. Level 2 is trying to think of training teachers, school leaders, frontline officials, and other duty bearers from early stage. That means we should have pre-service students trained to deliver inclusive education, but also allow in-house training for in-service teachers. That is key. That is another second strategy we need to promote if we want to succeed it. Number 3 is to allow to have a coaching mentorship practice for teachers to be able to deliver inclusive education effectively. And this is a process. From having tools to implementing tools, from having a modified curriculum, and the curriculum as a process, as a product, as a practice, as a context, to match with the vision change you want in promoting inclusive education. That is key. So we needed to train teachers on how to plan inclusive lessons, how to deliver inclusive lessons, and also to assess inclusive lessons. So this is a process. So number 4 is allowing teachers to modify and adapt the curriculum. To succeed in inclusive education, we need to have curriculum plus. Those are some modification to allow flexible teaching methods, to allow flexible assessment method, to allow accessible teaching learning aids, but also to allow the provision of other support services that are needed. Number 5 is to have in schools inclusive education focal teachers. Those are role model teachers. And we needed to learn from on-the-job skills, to learn from hands-on skills, empirical skills. It's really critical to see that in some schools, teachers are utilizing classical methods, are utilizing normal reference tests to assess. Rather, they are not familiar with individual educational plan. They are not familiar with adapting the lessons to the pace of the learner. This is critical. Number 6, to me, I think we needed to look at how to bring new practices in the teaching learning process. Those are embedding different aspects of universal design for learning and other specific practices such as Braille, such as sign language, but also other innovative ideas such as multisensory learning, accessible software, and the other assistive devices that support to enhance learning for the most at risk, most disadvantaged learners who are not performing like others. Last but not least, to me, I think teachers needed to be trained on how to strengthen two-way communication between family and school level, to have parents as classroom assistants, as resource room supporters. You know, succeeding inclusive education, it's not a matter of having one single teacher. It's a matter of having other supporters to enable it. Those are a few thoughts I had to make sure that we are having trained teachers and other school leaders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. You talked about teacher using traditional methods of teaching, and I wanted to know, there's some innovative teaching approach for student special needs and disability. And some of these methods, you said, the use of universal design for learning approach, the differentiated pedagogy, ability grouping, this innovative teaching approach for student special needs. I wanted to know what, maybe from where you sit and where you work, what are you doing to ensure that teachers are not only being trained on basic of inclusive education, but also are being trained on how to use this innovative teaching approach?
Yeah, thank you, Flora. Actually, we needed to overcome the trend and also the false mentality that learners who have disabilities can't learn through technology and the other innovative ideas that we be discussing now. We need to overcome and address this poor mentality. Children with disabilities can learn through technology. And it's a matter of changing mindset. So this is transformative approach. From being a classical teacher to becoming an innovative, modern teacher. It's key, and it's possible. Let me start by understanding UDL, or Universal Design for Learning. This is actually utilizing multiple ways of learning, engaging representation and also participation. To allow it, teachers need to understand that they have to utilize UDL-based materials. They have to adapt teaching learning methods to individual learners. So it needs to go through assessment to decide on better pedagogical placements. But also, there is a need to adapt and have flexible methods of teaching and learning and assessment as well. By utilizing innovative ideas, learning becomes easier, learning becomes flexible, learning becomes agile. And this is what we need to do. Wanda started, but we still have a long path to go through. And to tackle the issue of assistive technology, let me maybe tackle some assistive software. We are all familiar with JAWS. JAWS translates digit sounds into audible sound, or digits into audible sound. This is not expensive, it's affordable. It's a matter of being flexible to accept that the learner utilizes a computer with JAWS. Let me give you another example of Widget. Widget is a software that allows to read with picture symbols. It's really doable, it's affordable, it's really context specific. We've been trialing it in some schools, but teachers can utilize it in the long run. Another typical example is having text-to-speech methods that allow the learner with communication challenges, with hearing impairments, to maybe have this oral message into visual method. And it's really doable. It's not hard to have it. And the other innovative ideas, such as the Victor readers, for those who are visually impaired, to print texts, but also to read texts, and embossers. Wanda has triggers. These are embossers that allow to print exams from the handwriting that we have, from the simple characters to print into Braille. But we needed to have Kinyarwanda Braille code. And also, likewise, for sign language, we needed to have sign language as first language and Kinyarwanda as a second language. This bilingual situation needs to be promoted into what we do in our everyday practices. There are more others, but I wanted to finish by saying that if you want to promote accessible learning, you want to also use available means. Multimedia. We can use our smartphones, we can use our computers, we can use tablets, but we can also, this screen that we also have to adapt. The group that presented earlier on ICT, I liked it. ICT is actually a motive. It's another stepping stone to achieve it if you want to promote assistive technology. To be brief, children with disabilities can learn better if the environment is accessible and is through innovative ways and also by utilizing accessible technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murenzi. I'm glad you talked about the use of ICT in teaching student disabilities and the assistive devices. The study by the World Health Organization indicated that 1 in 10 children with disabilities have access to assistive devices. I wanted to ask Mr. Peter, what is the importance of assistive technology for students with disabilities, and what can we do to ensure that assistive technology are accessible, available, and affordable for student disability in Rwanda?
Thank you, moderator, Dr. Flora, for the occasion to me to talk about assistive technology for learners with disabilities. First of all, I need to make a definition of this assistive technology that we are talking about. They are designed to improve the individual's mobility, autonomy, and the functions to be able to participate in different activities, either in education for learners to go to schools, either in health for people to be able to move if they are maybe, for instance, amputated. And they're designed for everybody out of the school to be able to participate and make your contribution toward the society in which you are part of. So these assistive devices are now needed for learners when they are in schools because they support them to learn adequately like their peers without disabilities. We need to understand that when the child doesn't have these assistive technologies and yet he needs it or she needs it, he will not be able to participate in education. And definitely the academic performance will be poor, not because he or she is not good in education, but because he doesn't have a way to learn. And somebody has said, if they cannot learn the way we teach them, let at least teach them the way they can learn. So we can teach them in the way they can learn by providing to them this kind of assistive technology. So now the situation we have in the country is that many schools that have children with disabilities do not have really this assessment results, as my previous presenter have said. We do not really have the picture of the number of children who need assistive technology. 2, we don't know which kind of assistive technology we need to have. And 3, we don't really not have the information about the cost, the price of this assistive technology. Some of the assistive technology are not locally available. We don't not have information about their prices and the use of this assistive technology. Others are not really, even if they are locally, but they are very expensive when they are locally available. So the number, as you have said, 1 out of 10 are really assessing this assistive technology. This is one of the factors that we can say that the dropout for learners with disabilities is influenced by the way they don't really have access to these old facilities that can push them to continue their education. So I can give you some examples. In mobility, some of the assistive technology that we want to emphasize on are the prosthesis and orthesis for those who are physically disabled. We can say about canes, the white folding cane for persons with visual impairment. We can emphasize on crutches. We may see children in schools that don't have these all assistive technologies to help them to access, to arrive at the school compound. And once they arrive, you can also see that the school, as the previous presenter have said, it is not friendly to accommodate their needs. If you go to vision challenges for learners who have vision problems, the eyeglasses are needed as assistive technology, yet they are provided by hospitals, and if the child cannot be able to be taken to the hospital to be diagnosed and be provided assistive technology like eyeglasses, the child will always sit in a classroom without having the support, and definitely the academic performance will be poor or not good. And if I can say again some examples for hearing, there are kind of hearing aids that we are not having in our schools, yet they are provided by hospitals. For a child who is hard to hear, we must conduct a pre-assessment to be able to measure what is the level for him or her to be able to hear what you are saying. So in classrooms, we have some numbers of learners who are missing these hearing aids, and definitely they are not good really or facilitated in education. I can give you a list of different assistive technology, but the time cannot allow us. But what I wanted to say is that without the assistive technology for learners with disability, their education is not really properly provided. And as we are talking on the theme of equity and diversity, I want to come back on it by saying there is no equity in education for learners with disability if they are not provided, and I can say freely, this assistive technology. Because you can see in other schools, children are given the textbook to read. Children are given different teaching aids for free of charge. And when it comes to children with disabilities, this assistive technology are quite expensive, and schools do not provide them freely to these learners. They are asked to buy them. If I can give some example for the price, a one wheelchair today in our center the cost is $400 to buy it. For a braille machine, for those who are visually impaired, the braille machine, if the cost did not reduce, the time I was heading the school for the blind, the cost was $6 per one braille machine. And yet we used to understand that the government was providing some laptops to learners, but for the blind, for the visually impaired, the braille machine was to be bought by themselves or by the school. So I can just give you these examples to understand that these assistive technology are very expensive, and children cannot afford them if they are coming from the poor families. Thank you, moderator, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting the issue of the scarcity of assistive devices and textbook and teaching and learning materials for student disability and special education needs. Talking of textbook and teaching and learning materials, my question is to Mrs. Angelique. We know that appropriate and accessible teaching and learning materials are very important for student disability to be able to learn. What are the challenges that you see in education system as regard to providing accessible teaching and learning materials, and what can we do to ensure that we are providing inclusive and accessible teaching and learning materials for students with special needs?
Thank you so much, Flora. I would like to build on what other panelists first said. We start with that one, we need to know who are these children, who are they, what do they need, what are their abilities, and what are their limitations. What do they need to be able to participate equally with other children? Then we come to, now that we know them and we know what they need to be able to learn, to participate in classroom and in school, then we come to the classroom level. Do teachers have the capacity to support these children. If, for example, we get like the softwares they were talking about, is the teacher able, does the teacher has the capacity and ability to support that child that you have given that learning material? So those are the challenges and issues that also goes and lead to the provision of teaching, appropriate teaching and learning materials. I would say that in Rwanda, for example, Rwanda Education Board and the Ministry of Education, they have done some good work around adaptation of teaching and learning materials. For example, the traditional instructional materials, textbooks, and supplementary reading materials. But we still have a long way to go. Not all the materials are adapted and they're not accessible to children. So there is a lot of work to do around the adaptation of those materials that are available to the needs of all children and all the materials. I think there are few textbooks that are already adapted, but there is need to look into all the available materials and look into how best they can be adapted to suit the needs of all children. Those are the materials, the instructional materials. But we all know that the teacher who is using these materials needs to have that capacity. There are some teaching aids that a teacher needs to produce at the school level, at the classroom level, to be able to communicate the content that he or she is teaching to the classroom that he or she has. The classroom that may have children with different special educational needs. So the challenges that I see in the teaching, in the availability of appropriate teaching and learning materials, one is that we don't have enough that are adapted to the needs of the children. Two, we also don't have, our teachers don't have the capacity to produce and even to use the available materials. But we also talked about assistive devices. We need to agree that these materials are also expensive. They are expensive compared to the materials for the peers or other children. So there is what we need to do. One, I think we need to look into the entire supply chain of teaching and learning materials, but specifically for children with special educational needs. We look into the availability, accessibility, their quality, but also affordability, and see what needs to be done, if it is subsidizing any cost by the government, to make sure that these materials are available and affordable. Yeah, that is one that we need to do. But we also need to engage the private sector. For example, the publishing houses. When you go to the market, you will find the printed materials. But if you have a child that may need a storybook that is in Braille, you're not going to find it. If you need a storybook that have signs that a deaf child can look into, you're not going to find that. So there is need also to engage the private sector, especially these that are in education, to also have that capacity to produce the materials that suits all children. But also the capacity strengthening of our teachers and educators is very important. We have the continuous professional development courses And we have one that have been there for so many years in University of Rwanda. So it is important for the teachers to enroll in these courses and get the knowledge that is needed to support all children. Also, these courses have to be, if I say, both online. Let's look into the ICT. The teacher is in service. How do we make it easy for the teacher to enroll in that course, but still also continue in his or her work? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelique. Teaching and learning materials is part of the curriculum, and some of our children are not able to follow the regular curriculum. They need special curriculum because of their cognitive abilities. I wanted to understand where are we in terms of providing special curriculum for learners with intellectual disabilities, and what are the challenges in the implementation of the special curriculum for students and children with intellectual challenges?
As my colleague said, the challenge is, the gap is between the policy and implementation. The policy is good, it's there, and actually our special needs education policy, it provides for the adaptation and modification of the curriculum for children with disabilities, depending on their needs. It provides for that. And it even goes deeper and say, even the materials will be adapted and the teachers will be trained and so on. Even the national curriculum, the competence-based curriculum, is flexible. It gives, provides for inclusion and takes inclusion as a cross-cutting priority across all subjects and all lessons, that a teacher should be inclusive enough. And it is flexible to allow the modifications that should be done to cater for the needs of these children. But what is happening? Although we have all those policies and the curriculum in place, but when it comes to implementation, that is, I think, where we have challenges. I would not say that nothing is done yet. There is a lot of efforts, and actually we need to commend what people are doing in this field of inclusion. But we still have a long way to go. We still have a lot to do. One, there were attempts to adapt the curriculum. It was done, I think, like 3 to 4 years ago. The curriculum was adapted for children with disabilities. It was piloted to see if it works. And the pilot showed that, one, teachers will need good training to be able to translate the curriculum into the daily classroom activities and lessons. That is one, to be able to interpret it, to implement it. But also, there was need with a big budget for their materials, teaching and learning materials to accompany the curriculum for its implementation. And it all shows that and takes back to the need for, one, the capacity of educators or teachers in the assessment. If the curriculum is adapted and is given to a school, will the teachers be able to do the assessment of the children that comes to school, to know that this child needs this kind of content, this one needs this and this, a kind of categorization based on the severity of the disability or the abilities of the child. So that was one of the limitations of the implementation of the curriculum, in addition to the materials that were required. And another thing we need to know, adaptation and modification is not a one-time thing that you do and that's all. You need to do it, you implement, you assess, you see if it works, you review, you adapt again based on the children that you have in front of you. And we remember it's an individual child's needs, not a group of children or so on. So that was done, but I think there is need to go on and do the adaptation for all different categories of children that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is indeed true that the government, the Ministry of Education, together with development partners, are doing a lot to ensure that student disabilities and those with special education needs are accessing the quality of education. Of course, there are still some challenges, but we are confident that together we can overcome this challenge. But before we finish our discussion, I have this one question for each panelist, and this is going to be a takeaway for the audience. I will start from Peter. Peter, what is this one thing that we should do to ensure that student with disabilities have access to quality education? Yes. One thing and 1 second. In 1 second.
Thank you. I think what I can say, what we miss here basically is to have this assessment center where children can be taken for assessment and to be advised on how best they can be handled or be catered for. Thank you.
I think we would need to have a data system that will show us who are the children, what do they need, and how best can we support them. Then that would inform the planning and implementation. Thank you.
To me, I think we needed to strengthen the way we can match policy and the practice, and as well overcome teacher skill gap. Thank you.
I think if the children with disabilities and other special needs are part of the mainstream society, the policies that concern other children should also concern the children with special education need. And this cannot be achieved if data concerning them, their needs, their challenges, and what they require to be part of the mainstream society is not known. So we need to have accurate information to inform the decision and the services that they require. If not, we are going to create a big proportion of people who are depending on the general society. And this has a very important impact on our economic development. It should be remembered by everybody that our region, including Rwanda, will lose between 9 and 12% of our GDP because of people with disabilities who depend on their families and other people directly and indirectly. Therefore, they should be part of the mainstream society, be educated and trained when they're still young, and when they're old enough, they participate in productivity of their country. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Flora. An engaging discussion on such a passionate topic. To do fair justice, I'll pick one comment from the audience, not a question, because usually a person who asks a question has half of the answer. So if you really are passionate about this and you have a comment to make, that's great.
Oh, I feel very honoured. I hope I make it worth it then. Thank you very much. My name is Sarah. I work at VSO, Voluntary Service Overseas. My comment is a thank you. That's a very engaging panel discussion, so thank you very much for sharing. I guess my comment is really an appeal to start as early as possible. We often focus a lot of our attention on primary, but if we could also focus on early childhood education and early childhood development as well. Thank you.
Well, you know that if we had enough time, this is a group that would have given really great time. The topic is so passionate. Yesterday we talked about the ethics of care, the ethics of justice, and the ethics of critique that should characterize our education environments. And actually, this is one of the panels that really touched much on that. You may also note that they talked about the policy, inclusive education policy. Most times why things don't change is not because there is no policy, but it's because the implementation environment has different, they're not sensitized enough. And I was talking to a colleague where I was seated, and the question was, if we had a group of children, disabled children, or children who don't belong to the mainstream, if we saw them storm this venue and asked us what would be coming out of the discussions that we had now, like a year from now, I hope we would have an answer. If not, it would be another sort of betrayal to the rate holders that we talked so much about. Well, by all measure, I consider ourselves a privileged group. We are so privileged when we compare ourselves to people who don't belong to the mainstream, who are out on the outstream, if I may. Some of us, we make jokes that there could be people in the audience who get heard before they speak. It's very possible. And then there is another person who shouts and he's or she's not heard. I hope we get the logic here. Hari abantu bavuga bumva batari bavuga, hari n'abavuga ntibumvwe kandi bavuze. I'm trying to make some translations. And if you belong to that group where we have a privilege, I have some, you have some, where you really can have a voice out on behalf of people, of groups that for some reasons are not heard or they need someone to speak for, I think this is time so that history does not judge us as having been indifferent at some point. So thank you again. And there is a key. Yeah, things are going to be mixing up. There is one person who has his key with us. Please pick it from Dr. Vititi. Now, next we have one panel before we go for lunch. And this is a panel on school leadership. They've been up here since morning, very ready and waiting for their time. And that is going to be moderated by Dr. Alfred Dotara. I hope he's in the audience. If I have great memories of Otara, he used to be very precise, doing things on time, and he used to spend less minutes on things that were very important. And I hope he still carries on with that kind of approach to things. We have Madame Chantal Dusabe and Dr. Jean-Pierre Mugiraneza. You may please be invited to the front here. You have Dr. Emmanuel Sibomana. You're also starting this panel on a very difficult hour, an hour that approaches lunch. But I'm hopefully thinking they're going to manage it. Thank you so much. Take your seats, and then Dr. Otara, you take it from there.
Fortunately, you've incited us, but we'll try as much as possible to limit our discussions within the limited time because we are almost approaching lunchtime, and we know what usually happens during that time. Our topic is an interesting one because all of us aspire to be leaders at one time or the other. Or even if you are not aspiring to be a leader, at least you have something to say about leadership. And that is why we are here. But I like the theme that was chosen for this particular conference, talking about reshaping education for sustainable development. But more particularly, what caught my eye is the rethinking. It's about rethinking holistic education for the preparation of learners for the coming fourth industrial revolution. it's not about thinking but rethinking, which means we really have to reflect. And that has an implication on the kind of leadership that we need to, sorry.
Yes, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dr. Tara, but I need to apologize. There's one member of the panel that I didn't mention. You know, the topic was very passionate at the time and the excitement naturally, so I forgot one important person, my colleague, Dr. Leo Mjenzi. I know you forgive very easily, and I hope you forgive me.
The special one always comes last, and that is why he was forgotten a little bit. But nonetheless, I think we have an able team to get us through this discussion. We are talking about Internet of Things, we are talking about innovations, we are talking about robotics, we are talking about artificial intelligence, and all this is focused on sustainable development goals. So we need leadership who will be able to provide vision, who will be able to provide focus, but also will be able to support the teachers, the learners, and the parents and the community as large for us to be able to attain the SDGs. To discuss this, I have an able team here, and because I don't want to spoil their CVs, probably I will ask them to introduce themselves very briefly before we start off. But my name is Alfred Otara. I work with the University of Rwanda. I used to work with the University of Rwanda before, but currently I'm working with Rongo University in Kenya. Thank you so much, and I will ask, I think, let me begin from my left, right, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Alfred. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Sibomana. I'm the Director of Policy and Programs at the Wellspring Foundation for Education. And part of what we do is to support school leaders to effectively lead schools in such a way that they become places for children to prosper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jean-Pierre Mugiraneza. I work for an FCDO-funded project called the Building Learning Foundation, that's BLF. Part of our focus has been that of training school leaders, actually reshaping their focus from administrative focus to leading learning. I'm happy to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. On
Thank
my
you.
left.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chantal Kavanda Dusabe. I work for VVOB Rwanda office as strategic advisor, focusing on school leadership, and currently also acting as country programs manager. VVOB is an international organization that focuses on professional development for teachers and school leaders. So I'm happy to be here on this panel. Thank you.
Lastly,
yes, thank you, Otara. First of all, I would like to meet the MC after this session because we have something to say. So I'm Mujenzi Leon. I'm the head of the Department of Teacher Development Management at Rwanda Basic Education Board. I'm heading more than 100,000 teachers here in Rwanda. So I don't know how now Mike forget to call me this one. Thank you. I'm joking, just.
Thank you. I think that was an oversight. Let us begin off by, and I think I would like to begin with ladies because that is how we've been socialized. Teachers or school leaders require different competencies in order to execute their work. But as we focus on the SDGs and the fourth industrial revolution, Chantal, what do you expect teachers to have in terms of competencies in respect to this?
Thank you, Dr. Otara. Before perhaps answering this question, I want to mention that the Ministry of Education, through its agency, Rwanda Basic Education Board, has really done quite a good progress in terms of in the journey of promoting effective school leadership in Rwanda. And I'm happy to mention that VVOB has been there to walk the journey together with REB in this journey. And this started with the creation of a unit dedicated for promoting school leadership. And I'm sure Leon will have more to say about this. And the next step, once this unit was created, was to develop standards, professional standards for effective school leadership, together with different development partners involved in school leadership support. These standards describe the competencies that are expected for school leaders in terms of the knowledge, skills, and attitude that every other school in Rwanda, every other school leader in Rwanda is supposed to demonstrate to be able to lead a school. And these standards are 5 in total, and they are actually linked to the performance, to all the aspects of school performance, starting with setting the strategic direction for the school. That is, for example, making sure that there is a vision, mission, the values, school improvement plan, leading learning. That is about making sure that the school leader create positive environment for effective learning. That's where maybe the idea of making sure that even the learners with disabilities are supposed to be included in learning. Leading teaching is also another standard, which is, for example, about making sure that the teachers have the capacity to effectively teach, and managing resources, the school resources, to be able to promote teaching and learning. And lastly, there is also the idea of working parents and the wider community. So these are the 5 standards that describe the competencies of an effective school leader in Rwanda. And there is also, to be able to assess these competencies, a school leadership assessment toolkit was also developed by REB with the support of VVOB, and this tool is really helping to assess and to support school leaders to be effectively to effectively lead their schools. To coordinate, because REB is working with a number of stakeholders, development partners. There is also a task force on school leadership, which coordinates all the efforts in school leadership support. Perhaps before I conclude, because I want to be brief, I want to say that the government, the Ministry of Education, building on this journey, this experience in promoting school leadership in Rwanda, is in the process of setting up a center, African Center for School Leadership, in collaboration with VVOB and other key partners, which is which aims to support African governments to develop or to have in place a school leadership support system to promote teaching and learning and ultimately learning outcomes. So perhaps this is briefly what I want to say. This center is still at the foundation phase. We are going to have a presentation in the afternoon with my colleague Jocelyn is going to present one of the foundation studies that we developed, that we conducted to maybe build the theoretical foundation of this center. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. I think you've preempted my second question, so I will not ask you the same. But let me turn to Leo and ask him this question. What is the initial requirement in terms of preparing teachers to face the challenges that are ahead of us? And what do you foresee to be the requirements for continuous professional development? Will it be needed? What will it entail?
Thank you, Otala. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. That's good question. And I think what we can say here in this international conference is that we have initial preparation for our teachers, but also for school leaders. I think for that time I'm going to talk about for school leaders. First of all, after recruitment of school leaders, they have tests, normally oral, first of all written and the oral interview. After this process of recruitment, we do what we call induction training of our school leaders. In that particular induction training, what we give is specifically telling them what they have to do at school level as a school leader, values, attitude, the behavior of a school leader. That's the first part of induction training, because before we even talk about the 5 standards of effective school leadership, we should normally tell them how they have to behave normally at school level with the teachers, with the students, and so on. So today we have school leaders. When we talk about school leaders, it's not only the head teachers, but also the deputy teacher in charge of studies, deputy head teachers in charge of discipline. Those are also school leaders. They got normally the training, the initial training for how to lead the school in general. But in terms of continuous professional development, once they are now in service as school leaders, we continue to capacitate, continue to train them, and I'm very happy that in our school leadership system, I can say, we are really collaborate with different partners, and specifically, as Chantal said, the VVOB is the champion of this school leadership system here in Rwanda. But we have also others like BLF and Wellspring. We are collaborate and we are training our teachers and the school leaders. And I'm very happy that on this panel, all of you are the key partner. Even Dr. Otala, you remember we organized the diploma course, and you are the one who delivered that course for school leaders. So this the way to capacitate our school leaders. But also there is a coaching system where peers, like we have what we call professional learning communities, professional learning networks before. So where the head teachers are together and sharing the best practices, what is going well in one school, just sharing those best practices. It's another way of also capacity building of school leaders. So we can really say that this is a good part of even capacitate school leaders, because once head teachers, school leaders are together, you can see even in one region, one school is performing very well, and in the same region you see another school who is poorly performing. So what to do for our school leaders is to tell them that you have to sit together and just share the best practices, challenges, and how to handle those challenges or to overcome. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. Dr. Jean-Pierre, you've been engaged in teacher preparation for quite a while, and you understand that teacher induction is very important. But maybe a question to you, does it really happen? And if it happens, how does it happen?
Thank you very much, Dr. Otara. Yes, BLF has been focusing on induction of teachers, new teachers specifically. But before I answer to your question, allow me to describe maybe the program a little bit. Maybe we can draw some examples that can help me to answer to your question. First of all, BRF program has been supporting the capacity development of teachers as school leaders, but the main objective was to improve learning outcome for students in lower grades in primary. So new teachers are considering what our colleague Leo has just said, the recruitment of new teachers, new head teachers. I mean, teaching as a profession will always have a very difficult start. I will not forget my first time when I started teaching in the secondary school or teaching physics. After spending the whole night preparing a physics lesson, in the morning I forgot everything. And even because of that pressure, I even went in a classroom without lesson preparation. So, not saying that I was not ready, but there is that pressure when you're starting a job. So these teachers who are joining their profession, they need more support. They need more, a smooth transition as they move from one school to another, if they are already serving teachers. But if they are freshly joining the profession, they need to be helped, to be accompanied by their school leaders. So how BLF has been doing that? Our first strategy, we were ensuring that the new teachers can participate in their community of practice. We call them COPs. So by participating in these COPs, we were sure that they are at least developing the confidence to teach, and they have an opportunity to share the challenges they have with their senior ones, and they have opportunity to learn from the more experienced teachers. And as we all know, confidence matters for our effectiveness in our job. Secondly, we've been ensuring that there is that mentorship system at school level where, for example, a school subject leader can mentor, can coach the new teacher, all in all to improve his or her confidence. And thirdly, we've been ensuring that these new teachers, when they teach, we ensure the school leader is trained on how to observe their lesson and provide constructive feedback. So here comes a point why school leadership matters a lot in terms of inducting new teachers, not only through establishing those community of practice, the mentorship program, but also by conducting this classroom observation and provide feedback that will help the new teacher to gain confidence and knowledge required. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Emmanuel, you can shed some light on retention. Just a minute, maybe I can repeat that question. I know we are in an age where we are talking about 100% transition from one grade to another, from one level to another, but the dropout rate keeps on increasing. We are also talking about efficiency and effectiveness within our education system. But there are still gaps here and there that need to be patched up. So, Emmanuel, from your experience, what is the role of the school leaders in terms of ensuring the efficiency, effectiveness of schools, but also ensuring that retention rates are high?
Thank you, Dr. Otara. Allow me to just take a few seconds to talk about three things that I think constitute good qualities of, qualities of a good school leader that are going to make everything else possible. And if these are absent, then it may not be easy for us to see the results that we expect. One, the school leaders need to be servant leaders. They need to have a heart to serve, to understand that the appointment as school leaders is an opportunity for them to serve, not to be served, or to just be there and lead, give instructions, because we've seen from our experience that some school leaders, when they are appointed, they just think they are now detached from the rest of the group. So they need to be ready to serve and associate with the rest of the team members so that we can see change in the schools that they are called to lead and transform. Second, they need to be trust builders. Now, they need to be trusted, but also create an environment where people, the members of the team, are trusted, they trust one another, so they can feel safe to share what they are facing, their weaknesses, so that these can be addressed. Third, they need to build strong teams. For the teachers to be motivated enough to find a reason for them to go and work effectively. If this is not happening, then we'll see conflicts. We'll see a team that aligns with the DOS, deputy director, and then a team that aligns with a teacher and another. So we'll see groupings. They need to work as a team for them to work for the common purpose. Now, when it comes to teacher effectiveness, I would like to commend REB for making the teaching experience part of the criteria that the school leader needs to fulfill for them to be appointed as a school leader. Because in order for them to support teachers, they need to be good teachers themselves. They need to be passionate about teaching and learning. They need to have teaching at heart. This is something that we have been struggling with as we have been supporting school leaders. When we go to the schools, as Dr. Jean-Pierre indicated, for them to observe lessons and provide teachers with constructive feedback, we try to motivate them, to encourage them to come with us to observe lessons, but this is the outcome that we have been performing the lowest on in our programs. They don't show up for lesson observations. And one of the reasons why they show up, they don't like or they don't enjoy that, or they enjoy that the least, is that they don't feel that confidence themselves. They need to have that professional authority that they can use to support teachers. But if the teachers know that we know that one has never taught, has never been to class, and then they don't have the authority to come and advise me because I know what they're advising me on, they are not able to do that themselves. And we have seen some teachers, telling school leaders, but why don't you next time maybe come and teach this lesson and then observe these things that you are telling me? And school leaders are challenged. The other one is that they need to be in a position to know what the teacher's needs are so that they can plan to respond to them. And another important element, they need to be present at the school. Because when they are absent, then the rest of the staff can take advantage of that. And we've also been working on this with some school leaders because they focus less on teaching and learning, and that's the activity that is happening in school. That is the main business of the school. Then because they are not directly involved in that, then they think being absent in a school is okay. And sometimes that also goes down to the level of the teachers. I remember we visited one school and we were going to observe 2 of their teachers. And when we got there, we realized that around 4 of the teachers were absent. The teacher was saying, my teachers have been bewitched. I don't know whether you'll get them. They are sick, So they are trying to be protective of them. So if they think, themselves not being in the school is not an issue, then for the teachers, it won't be a problem. And if they don't do this, then we are unlikely to see teacher effectiveness because they are not providing them with the support that they need. Now, when it comes to retention, it is also connected to this because we know that there are school-associated factors that lead to school dropout. Are teachers teaching well enough for students to be motivated? Are the schools places that children enjoy to be? Is the school partnering with the parents and the communities so that they can tackle the issues that are leading to school dropout? Are the teachers responding to students' needs including those that are at risk of dropping out for various reasons? Are teachers inclusive in their teaching and learning practices? Do school leaders know what is happening in their schools? Are they present so that they can know what is happening? Are they engaging parents and the communities, because these are key partners? And if the school leader is spearheading the efforts to find answers to these questions, then we will see children coming to school and remaining there. And last, it is the school's responsibility, and when I talk about a school responsibility, the first person to look at is the head teacher. It is their responsibility to engage the rest of the partners. Others are ready really to support and help, but they need to engage them. And if we see a limited role of the parents and the communities in supporting schools, then we shouldn't blame the communities because they know these are their children. I think the blame should come back to the school leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But we also realize that the key stakeholders for any school to perform, to be efficient, and for leaders to succeed, there are stakeholders which are very key, the parents, the community at large that engages with the school. So in terms of school leadership, what can leaders do to involve the community more? Any one of us, I think, can respond. Maybe I'll give Jean-Pierre to start, and the rest maybe can comment in 1 minute's time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. I think this is an interesting discussion about the investment of parents. I mean, maybe the audience, we have people who did economics of education. Dr. Irene is present, I think. So we know that these parents are investing in their children. They are spending their money, and then they are supposed to be holding these teachers and school leaders accountable for improved learning outcome as a result of their investment. But looking at the challenge we have in most of systems, specifically in Rwanda, you will see that the level of confidence which can be associated with the level of literacy of our parents is not helping them to hold schools accountable for learning outcome. So BLF has been trying to tackle that. I'm saying trying because I don't think it is exhaustively done. So by ensuring that at least parents know in what they can support schools with, not only sending children at school, but also if I am to follow up, how should I do A, B, C, D, E? And we tried to establish a communication channel between schools and parents. Like if it is about the school improvement planning, are parents involved? If it is about leading teaching, leading learning, and as Chantal was explaining, are parents involved in all those steps? And the most challenge we've seen is that our policies maybe are not really capturing the important point that can engage parents in schools. We all know like the school feeding, we know like the school fees. So there are all those discussions that are kind of keeping parents away from our schools. So as I wind up my submission on this, Doctor, without taking too long, I'm inviting you to follow my presentation this afternoon. BLF did an assessment, and we tried to assess our school leaders, the school leadership in the views of parents. I mean, how can parents judge the school leaders' competencies? And then instead of asking the head teacher, are you doing this and this and this? Yes, I'm doing that. But can the parent do the evidence? So I'm inviting you to that session in the afternoon. Over to you.
Maybe we don't want to preempt what is going to be presented in the afternoon, but it looks like, Leo, you have to say something?
Yes. Absolutely, yes. Working with parents is one of the 5 standards of effective school leadership. And we know the role of parents, really. I think even if you want to analyze, and why not to qualify a an effective school leader, you shall see that is the one who is collaborating clearly with parents. So sometimes when we are discussing with the school leaders, and some of them said, it's very, very difficult even to call them for a meeting, and for others it's very easy. So meaning there is a different strategies school leaders are using just to work with parents, and it's really a successful element, a factor for improving learning outcomes in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanta?
Thank you, Dr. Alcala. Yes, I want to also support the idea of colleagues saying that school leadership is a heavy responsibility, that the school leader, him or herself, will never accomplish without the support of the key stakeholders. Parents and the community are the key stakeholders, because education starts at home and goes back at home even after school. So it's important to involve them in all the aspects of the school life, in all aspects of the school activities. Maybe I need to add that for the school leaders to be able to actually be competent enough, develop their competencies, including involving parents and the wider community, it is important to train them. They need continuous professional development. My colleague Emmanuel said that, it's good for school leaders to be teachers, to have the teaching, profession first. This is good, this is important, but it's not enough for a school leader to be a teacher, for him or her to really be an effective school leader. That's why it's important to develop the capacity, the competencies in school leadership. I see this as a specialty that they need to be developed for school leaders to be able really to effectively lead schools. That's why VVOB, together with URCE and Rwanda Basic Education Board, have developed a certified diploma course in effective school leadership. And part of the course, there is also working parent and the wider community as a role that an effective school leadership, an effective school leader has to really effectively accomplish. And this should be complemented by communities of practice of school leaders. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Emmanuel, anything that we forgot now in one sentence?
Yes, I think Leo put it rightly well, that no school can achieve its goals if they don't involve parents and the wider community. And we have also witnessed the same, but in some cases we also see the opposite. Sometimes school leaders see parents and the parents committee as the rivals, but they need to understand that parents are not just consumers of the services provided by the schools, but they are owners of the schools. And the parents now understand that, and they would like to play that role. So if the school leaders can engage them, mobilize them, the parents are always ready to help and support, because they know their children are being educated in these schools. So there's no parent that would say, I don't want to support, because they want their children to get proper education. And to address the issue of sometimes conflict between school leaders and the parents' committees on some issues related to the school management, what we did as Wellspring, we brought the school leaders, the accountants, and the members of the school general assembly committees, that's what they used to be called, together in the same training, so that they can be on the same page about the expectations of each role in relation to the functioning of these organs. School leaders resisted at the beginning, but later, because they didn't have a choice, they accepted that, and that was really productive, because the feedback that we got from parents is that, now, previously we used to go to the schools, and then school leaders would treat us as outsiders, but they know now we are part of the school management system, and they accept to partner with us and plan with us. And when they do that, their schools really, really do well, and children in those schools are happy. And it addresses also the issue of children's retention and attendance and learning outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I think somebody remarked yesterday that once you become a school leader, you'll always be a school leader, because with time you ratify and then you resist change because you know it all. But leadership is one of the most difficult tasks that anybody can engage in, because that is where everybody places his or her blame. But in light of all this, and as we aspire to attain sustainable development goals, there are so many challenges. The government expects a lot of school leaders. The parents exert a lot of pressure. The community around also they do the same. But what do you foresee that are going to be challenges for school leaders as we move on? What do you see the major challenges will be for school leaders as we prepare towards attaining sustainable development goal? Probably this is a challenge or a question I'll pose to you, so that we give you also an opportunity for your comment or any questions that may arise. MC, can you guide us?
Can I guide you?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Very interesting discussions. Like we said, previously we had one intervener who really made some very pertinent contribution, and we want to make sure that we have two things here. We have one question and then one comment from a passionate school leader who may want to make a comment on either on any of the themes they talked about. If not, I'll just go this side. Any person, any school leader who really thinks that, yes, this is going to be a small question, a brief question, but I wanted a comment, sort of an addition to what they said, if there is any. Okay, I thought I wanted one, but now you had 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, so that you're able to share the time.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Eugenia. I'm my own secondman from Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for the discussion. It's quite informative. My comment is on the issue of school leadership. I'm suggesting that if school leadership could be taught to precepts teacher trainers, so that it's embedded in their practice, to make them all school leaders, because this should be a foundational course, not to only train the school leaders when they are already appointed. Thank you.
Dr. Tara, having been a dean for many years, you'll take that one on?
I thought it was a comment.
Thank you. I've been a school leader for quite some time now. One challenge I have noticed is when policy is being implemented or projects are being implemented, naturally school leaders are left out, because the idea is it's the teachers who do the job. And so eventually, when the teacher, for example, we were talking about ICT today, goes to the school leader to ask for a budget for a software, right? Like a simple one, like, okay. The school leader, because he's not aware, is not really sure of the importance of this software, may think it's another way of wasting money. When a science teacher comes for a chemical, maybe 5 liters of sulfuric acid, the school head will ask, why not buy 4? You know, the school leader is not in touch with what exactly is happening. So I think that's the challenge, one challenge we have. Our school leaders are detached from the classroom, from the practice. So I want to believe the school leader should be the one who is proficient in everything. In managing, should be aware of what chemistry is, what's needed in chemistry, so that it's easy for them to be the ones supporting and questioning, why are you asking or why are you doing A and not B? Because they are aware that this should be done.
Thank you so much. Maybe I see they are all comments. I know VVOB has the instructional leadership aspect that calls for leaders to be teachers as well, or to lead teaching. So the question, I think the rest were good comments. Maybe what you're going to do is to just appreciate the comments. But this is the question.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear you. However, policy are well done. Implementation is other things. Please. It's not a question, it's a comment. My daughter went to school. That's a practical. I used to be a lecturer of the university, to be one of the head of what they call Comité de Parents. I don't know what it is.
Those are parents' committees?
Committees with schools. SDA. I'm not specialist in education, even though I'm a teacher. But my daughter went to a school, and when I asked the headmaster, the school fees was 1,239,000 Rwandan franc. It's very expensive. However, just 2 months later, you shall pay 1,560,000. 2 months later. For what? I was discussing with the headmaster. He gives me the whole payment I have to do, and I paid. And this was, your child will be transported to Dubai. Hey, to Dubai. I didn't know. I was even not informed. That is the plan of the school. I don't have that budget, even though I'm lecturer of the university. Perhaps other parents have money, or others doesn't have money. I think you understand well. I said I should be engaged, as you were presenting. Part of your school plan and budget and all plans, to be engaged in the project of my daughter, to implement your career education and so on. 3 weeks later, you should pay 45,000 to go to visit Nyirangarama. 1 week later, you should pay 15,000 to visit Zipline Muhanga. Here I was surprised.
Comment?
My comment is that, please, policy, you are there, please, help head of schools to be part of, as parents, to be part of school management. And they created a group WhatsApp. And they said, dear sir, if you could not be part of this school, please leave your child. That was the answer of the headmaster. Please, I was really shocked.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
helping me to find solution. Nevertheless, that are policies.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that was a comment too. Huh? I don't think it's a question to be answered. It was those are cases here, there. I think you can discuss during lunchtime. I think we can find an answer for that. Thank you so much again. Mr. Leo, a comment on that?
One comment on pre-service school leader training. I would really appreciate the idea, and you have that idea also. But I think it's something which can be discussed with the University of Rwanda College of Education. It cannot be perhaps a school, separate school, but we shall see how to strengthen the capacity of our school leader. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good comment. There's been talk about when does one become a school leader? Do you get the best teacher and assume that they're going to be school leaders? Because sometimes, that's what we do. And I'm glad that you're going to have a discussion with the University of Rwanda College of Education. We have the University of Rwanda College of Education. We have one person responsible for recruitment, training of all the teachers in this country. So the two people in the group, I hope you can find some measures to these challenges. And thank you so much for that. We are headed to another important activity before we go for lunch. I'll invite all the panelists that we had since morning so that we hand over to you our tokens of appreciation for your time, for your expertise, but beyond that, for your generosity sharing what you know better. So I'll invite our keynote speaker today in the room. Our keynote speaker in the room, be invited to the podium here to get your token of appreciation for your generosity with your ideas especially. And I'll invite the ladies in the back with the gifts. Please use like 30 seconds to have them here if you can, kindly. So this is how it's going to work. I know the cameramen want to capture this as well. So the ladies with the ushers with the gifts, please bring them up. And the principal, please, you're going to hand over the gift to. Some things I'm not very good at, so someone should really help. Okay, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for leading this program. So yeah, principal, you be out there, and then you hand over the gift to the keynote speaker over here.
Good afternoon. So I have been in this room since morning, and I have really appreciated our keynote speaker and our panelists. They are really doing a great job in terms of sharing their experience, their insight, and I hope also as sitting in the room we are getting some message. I understood that time is not on our side, but as the Master of Ceremony has kept on insisting, we have to keep in touch during breaks and maybe get business card and details for people so that after, even beyond this, we shall be able to continue engaging ourselves. I recommend really that as part of promoting and establishing partnership, we all reflect deeply on the model that Hannah has presented to us, the butterfly model, which can have balanced wings or imbalanced. So it is up to us to find the meaning of that and try to make adjustment so that partnership can be successful. On the leadership, of course, this session is very interesting. It is very short, but we understand that leadership in schools, from primary to high university level, is a key ingredient for performance of schools as institution, but also for learning achievement. Yeah, also there is the ICT. I think I have made a great emphasis on it yesterday, and today also we have come back to it. If we have to embrace the fourth industrial revolution, we have really to embrace the ICT based technologies, especially promote computer literacy and use of internet to access knowledge, but also to be able to disseminate and share to the communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you remember the butterfly in your lives. Very perfect analogy. Appreciate, thank you. You can fly, yeah? Thank you. And please keep here once the gifts are handed over, then we're going to have a picture of all the panelists for morning. Yeah, so principal. And the next I want to invite Matthias, Dr. Matthias, to come and hand over the gifts. Or maybe as you come, we can go to Dr. Tara. Would you kindly give the gifts to your panelists? Yeah, please. The ICT team and the inclusive education, be ready too. You give the gift, you bring the gifts. Yeah, they're all there. Kindly do. Yeah. If you get your gift, may you please give space so that we later come up. Great, thank you, Dr. Jean-Pierre. Thank you so much, Chantal. We love you here. And Mr. Leon, thank you so much. I think we are reconciled. Yeah, thank you. And then we'll take one general one after others have come. Dr. Matthias and your team, your panelists, please, are they around? I hope we're around. Dr. Matthias, you're going to get out there and give the gift to your panelists. Thank you so much for your time. If you know, you know, but if you know and you share, then you know more. Thank you. We're going to take a group picture after that. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, colleague. Thank you so much. I know, right? I think, okay, great. Dr. Theodore. Thank you so much. Okay, is the ICT team over? I know there are some 2 or 3 who are missing. We're going to give them their gifts. So you may please be on the side here so that others do come too. And then we have Professor Karangwa. That's fine. Dear Principal, would you kindly pass on the gifts to the Inclusive Education team? Inclusive, are they around? Yes, they're around. Those who just went out, we're going to keep them for them. Thank you so much. The ICT team may be on the side. Please, the ICT team may be on the side. Okay, you may keep there so that they... Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Karangwa. We are handing over gifts to the people who generously shared their expertise. And we also get your gift, Prof. Karangwa. Yes, Prof. Karangwa, you get your gift as well. Principal, you may want to share the gift with Prof. Karangwa, right? Yes. And thank you so much all for being so generous. And after that, I will invite the rest of the colleagues to take a group picture. Some of you may stand on the podium, others down, so that the picture looks as smart as you are yourselves. Yeah. Are we good? If the audience allows, can I fluke the picture too? All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Take your seats and thank you. A round of applause. Well, we have one activity before we go for lunch, and that is lunch itself. So please enjoy your lunch. Let's get here back on time. We have about 45 minutes for lunch. Please keep that time. And then the people who want to visit the Genocide Memorial, some of you don't have the link. There's a link that you should fill so that we know how many are going and we plan accordingly. So please visit the ICT team on my right so that they give you the link and you register. It's just as easy as that. And Benjamin, please do share the link with the people who may want it. Thank you so much. Let's be here on at time. It's going to be 2. It's not 2:30 is too long. It's going to be 2:20. Let's be here at 2:20 so that we continue. Thank you so much.
that they will be with us. Some people had to leave, but will be back from the campus. So it is a little bit, be flexible. We are academics, we are activists, so we are supposed to be extremely flexible, and that has some advantages also. There's also some disadvantages. But very welcome for this extremely ordinary, important SDSN session on gender equality and STEM. Do know that the Transforming Education Summit, which took place in September 2022 in Paris, preparing the Summit for the Future 2024 in New York, on the strategies for the future in education 2024, be ready. And these meetings are to some extent stepstones for those summits. They detected the call for action in some priority domains. And one of the priority domains in explicit terms was the involvement of technology, science in the learning environment, in teacher training, in the curricula, much more than those days. And in the general conferences on science, technology, and innovation, I headed in last month of February this year in Rio de Janeiro, and also last year in Dubai. The overall conclusion of research-based documents was capacity for innovation is a key for development. Very clear, research-based, in all aspects dealing with several SDGs. That's one critical point. The second critical point is the dramatic data dealing with the participation of girls on education processes. Not just in Africa, but also elsewhere, in other continents. On the career, the missed careers for female persons. And again, there the data are very confronting. And yesterday afternoon, I guess you attended that mission, or that session. The data explained, the research explained by Dr. Quentin Vaudon, the top guy of the UNESCO Institute for Capacity for Education in Africa. He pointed very clearly the interlinks between female and girls' problems in their career and the development of the whole country. So there are so many aspects definitely dealing with gender inequalities and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths. We are not happy that we have two top researchers coming especially for us to this conference, presenting their research, their findings, their vision, working with local top experts, and we will have the chance to invite them for the panel after the keynotes of Professor Veerle Brouwlands, who will take immediately the floor, and Cecile Meusen, who's sitting there, for two presentations. We will go to the very heart, because there are so many aspects on stereotyping in curricula. Well, too many aspects. It's not up to me to detect all of them, or some of them. It's up to Professor Brouwlands. Veerle, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizers for inviting us. Can I get the start of the presentation, please, on the screen? Okay. Yeah. So, I will briefly introduce you to some aspects about gender and STEM based on international research. This doesn't seem to work. Okay, thanks. On December 22, 2015, the National Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution deciding to proclaim February 11 to be the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. And I would also highly recommend you the issue of The Lancet, published in February 2019, entitled Advancing Women in Science, Medicine and Global Health. And you can also watch the video of the special conference at which this theme issue was presented on #Lancet Women London Launch. Very interesting conference that you can see there. But regarding stereotypes, imagine that I had asked you, draw someone who is practicing science. What would your drawing look like? This Draw the Scientist test has already been used for 50 years with pupils aged between 6 and 17 worldwide. And initially, 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago, 99% of those asked, virtually everyone, drew a scientist as a man. And probably at that time, there were very few female examples in these early years. But things have changed then. Quite a few women are working nowadays as engineers or scientists. And then the question follows, who will secondary school pupils draw today? The acclaimed North American social psychologist Alice Eagley and her teams have been examining Draw a Scientist drawings for 50 years. And the results were published in an international reviewed publication in December 2018. If you put all these drawings, her research based on the US and Canada drawings, of these 50 years together, then it seems that the drawings of the men were very consistent. In the early years, the boys drew a man, and also today, 96% of the men still drew a man. Among the girls, there was a development. In the beginning, also the girls used to draw a man, but nowadays, about 48% of the girls drew a woman. Interesting to see is that 66 years old draw someone of their own sex. The boys draw a boy, a man, the girls draw a woman. And perhaps for a 66-year-old person or child, the word scientist is still too vague as a concept to have an idea who they should draw. But the most remarkable development can be seen in the girls' drawings. Yeah, the men's remained consistent, as I told you. Around the age of 11, the gender of the person in the girls' drawings changes from a woman into a man. And of the 16-year-old girls, 75% draw a scientist as a man. So at the time that the question arises, what shall I study later on? What shall I do as a profession? What type of job I want for my own future? The association between men and scientists is very strongly embedded in the heads of the boys as well as in the heads of the girls. Okay. Here you can see some results from a very famous study, Rose study, the relevance of science education. Rose is an international comparative research project coordinated in Oslo, Norway. 15-year-old secondary school students in more than 40 countries were surveyed. In 2019, the coordinators published part 1 of their final report. And the survey possesses a wealth of information with much food for reflection. On the figures, the red refers to girl responses, the blue refers to the boys' responses. For both items here, the item I would like to become a scientist and I would like to get a job in technology, 15-year-olds in sub-Saharan African countries score highest, with only limited differences between boys and girls. And they are followed by the Philippines, Bangladesh, India. So on top, I don't know whether you can read it, you find the sub-Saharan countries involved in this study. Europeans, I will try to see whether the pointer works. No. European countries and Japan can be found at the bottom of the figure. And for them, the item I would like a job in technology, the difference between boys and girls are significantly larger in the countries at the bottom. This Rose study, next slide please. Here? Okay, tried it. Okay, that's too much. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the tip. The study contains numerous figures, many of which are illustrative of the theme of this conference session. The results for these two items show a similar country breakdown, although the difference between the girls and the boys are greater compared to the previous slide. The figure on the left refers to the desire to build or repair things and to work with one's own hands. The figure on the right shows the results for the item, I prefer working with people instead of working with things. Here you can see a clear difference between, clear gender difference, especially in high-income countries, and remarkably in countries where people are proud about their strong legal focus on male-female equality, as is the case in Scandinavian countries, who are here at the bottom of the figure. Oops. Yeah. No. Yeah. In 1973, Biglan published this classification of disciplines in a psychological journal, distinguishing between hard and soft programs, life and non-life oriented studies, and pure or applied programs. It is often suggested that women are more likely to choose fields of study associated with life, or with people, or with nature, or animals. For example, looking at the distribution of male and female students at our university, Leuven, these data seem to confirm the hypothesis about women and their preference for life-connected study choices. So I'm very curious to know whether this would also be the case for your countries. This is another so-called older figure, but still very useful diagram, published by Lent and colleagues in '94. This scheme aims to give an overview of the factors that may play a role in individual study choices of secondary school and college students. On the left, up on the left, you will find under the heading personal inputs, and that refers to aspects such as gender, ethnicity, health situation, and so on. We could put this under the heading of intersectionality today. What set of identity dimensions makes people privileged, or what set of identity dimensions makes people vulnerable? Right above is a reference to context factors. Sociologists, as you may know, are particularly interested in the impact of these broader societal factors on people's lives, or in this case, on people's educational study choices. And once again, it becomes very clear that a mix of individual and contextual factors influences experiences and expectations. Here you can see figures that people working in ICT or science sectors in our country can only dream of. More than 45 of ICT or science graduates are female. You should know that we have hardly 10% female students in ICT at our university. So 45 graduates. What fascinates us then is the question of what factors determine this study choice. How can we explain that, for instance, in countries as Malaysia, India, but also in Iran, in Oman or Saudi Arabia, these percentages are that high? Why do we face so-called gender-segregated STEM workforces in countries who are convinced that they have gender-progressive laws? It's clear, and we heard it earlier in this conference, that the labor market is crying out for workers with a STEM profile. Several speakers or panelists referred to that yesterday and today. Also, the Flemish government, our government, decided to develop a very incentive policy program with regard to STEM, with a real STEM action plan 2012-2020. And in July 2019, the Flemish Ministry of Education issued a very upbeat press message to announce that, that progress had been made. And over a period of 8 years, the percentage of girls in the last 2 years of secondary school in STEM courses had risen from 27 to 31%. We made progress. And the second positive point was that many of those girls end up choosing a STEM-related degree when starting higher education. But, as you may have heard, less than 1/3. And according to the same press release, the courses these young women pick in higher education can be really varied in several programs. However, exactly only 1 week ago, a newspaper in our country published an article titled, "A lot of students will get less science." What's going on? Well, government decided, policymakers decided that schools will get a number of teaching hours in their schools, perhaps 4 hours, which they can fill in themselves. The school can decide which content will be taught in these 4 hours. And immediately the debate started. People want to focus on history, people want to focus on arts, some people want to focus on financial literacy, some want these 4 hours going to citizenship courses. It's clear that a lot of secondary school pupils will gain a lot less knowledge about science in this changed curriculum. But let's leave from the context of small Belgian country and give attention to policies that are much closer to your reality. The African Union is very clear in its ambition for exactly 40 years from now. I quote, "According to the African Union vision," start quote, "Africa will be by 2063 a continent of shared prosperity, which finances its own development and where well-educated citizens and skills revolution will be underpinned by science, technology, and innovation for a knowledge society." Science, technology, and innovation is there identified as the key driver of economic progress and sustainable development, which for Africa will depend largely on the use of its human and natural resources. And to make this ambition a reality, it counts on a very high influx of people in STEM. At least 70% of secondary school leavers should enter higher education. And important to notice, more than 70% of those who enter higher education would graduate in science, technology, and innovation. So, future for STEM. With Londa Schiebinger, I like to distinguish between 3 levels at which we need to deliver change. Too often, people are convinced that the issue is solved by recruiting more women. Fix the numbers. But fixing the numbers is only a first but insufficient step. Every aspect of the organization in which people work must be questioned for obstacles and possible implicit or explicit bias. And the third aspect Tshibing refers to is fix the knowledge. It's often forgotten. Gender sensitivity in the development of knowledge or in the development of products. Is a research project gender sensitive at every stage of the project? Or would a particular product be made differently if women were asked what their needs were? I would highly recommend you to take a look at Stanford University Gendered Innovation website, where you will find plenty of examples, especially from STEM and medicine, and how to develop gender-sensitive research, including very helpful checklists. With this short presentation, I hope to make clear that these three different levels, micro, meso, and macro, are constantly influenced by each other. It helps if, when analyzing a problem, we try to grasp which of these three levels we are mainly talking about, and how the one level is influenced by the other or influencing the others. And at the end, I would like to contribute to the discussion and formulate some questions. So related to the African Union ambition of 70%, I would like to ask what policy and future ambition does your country have regarding the percentage of STEM graduates today and in the future? And what measures are being taken to this end in secondary schools? The African Union's ambition also assumes sufficient technically trained people in vocational and technical education. What is the situation there today in secondary education or in tertiary education? Are there enough internships? Can an intern, are there opportunities for doing an intern program in a business? Or is there enough materials in the school so that students can practice concretely? Quite a few students opt for university education because of the high status attached to the university degree. But can a society fulfill STEM ambitions without a sufficient number of properly practice-oriented, educated people from technical and vocational education? And what about the gender differences in technical and vocational education? Other question, do you recognize the Bilan idea that women opt more for life-related study programs? And my final one, how would you respond to the question, is study choice for a pupil, for a student, really an individual decision? A lot of work for the future, and as you may notice, on this talent has no gender. That's my strong conviction. Thank you for listening, and I'm curious to hear some of your remarks later.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Vele. Yeah, shocking data and very intriguing questions. It's all about the future. From global to local, so it's important also to have this idea of embedding all these questions into the local and real life. So Cécile, also professor at the KU Leuven, as Vele, is taking the floor right now.
Thank you. If it's possible, my presentation can come up as well.
The tech desk. No, the presentation.
Yeah, the presentation.
The slides.
Yeah, thanks. Great.
Top.
Okay, so after the presentation of my colleague Veerle, who just presented the theoretical framework behind gender and STEM, I will now put this more into practice and will share with you our research agenda and some of our first results from our research that was being done here in Rwanda, together with our colleagues from the University of Rwanda, VVOB, and Rawisse. So, okay. So what I want to explain in the next 15 minutes is a bit of our research trajectory that we are currently developing here in Rwanda. I will start by sharing results of our smaller project that we conducted in the Kayonza district about gender and STEM. And then I will talk very shortly about a new project that we are starting together with our partners at the University of Rwanda as a follow-up of the first study that we did and conducted, because I'm very happy to get your input on this new project as well. So we started, I think, about 2 years ago with a small project together with VVOB and Rawisse, where we wanted to investigate gender imbalances in STEM in secondary education, specifically in the Kayonza district. And what did we want to do? So I'm going to look a bit at the slides. So the first ambition was to see, are there any gender differences? And we wanted to see whether choices, attitudes towards STEM, whether there were any gender differences to be found. So we looked at competency beliefs, self-concept, self-efficacy. We looked at intrinsic and extrinsic value beliefs regarding STEM, and to see how these concepts were related to choosing STEM in later professional life or in tertiary education. And we especially also wanted to look at this context that Veerle was talking about, is what is the role of family, what is the role of the school and the teachers, and what is the role of social and cultural norms regarding doing STEM. Can we see any gender-related stereotypes regarding STEM? And does this influence the choice that students will make later on in life? What do they think that is expected from them? And is there any gender bias to be found in making that decision or perceiving that something is being expected from them? Okay, so if we go back to the nice figure that Veerle presented about how choices are being made about your future career, your future professional career, and choosing education. Then in this specific project in Kayonza, we investigated self-efficacy expectations, learning experiences, outcome expectations, and really the context influencing the interests and choices to be made from a very gendered perspective. So how did we do that? Yeah, so I cannot read. Sorry, I'm going to look at this. It's too far for me to see it. So we focused on the Kayonza district, and we focused on student perceptions and ambitions regarding STEM-related practices. Because we really wanted to have a grasp on these mechanisms and these gender dynamics in STEM education. And the project lasted for 1 year, from 2021 until the end of 2021. So some of the research questions, and that's going to be hard for me to read from, but then I cannot use my mic anymore. But we focused a bit on secondary school girls and boys, whether they have different self-concept and self-efficacy beliefs and attitudes towards them. We also investigated whether secondary school girls and boys have different educational and occupational prospects. We also compared younger and older students and to see whether gender differences disappeared or increased over time. And we also specifically looked at stereotypes in this, whether stereotypes influenced students' choice for specific STEM education trajectories. So the fieldwork, our study population were secondary school students enrolled in S1, S3 and S6 in the Kayonza district of Rwanda. We visited almost 53 schools in the district that were randomly distributed across the Kayonza district with a random sample. And we eventually interviewed almost 1,000 secondary school students. We visited them in the schools and we developed a questionnaire in English, and that was also translated to the local language, and we used the Kobo toolbox. It's an offline tool to collect data, and students filled out the questionnaire on a tablet, so the data were directly collected. And because we have a session about STEM, I'm going to show some figures and some graphics about some of the results. Of course, it's a very big study, so I cannot present everything, but just to give you some flavor of the things that we have been studying. Here you can see the question that we asked the students was, what kind of field would you, if you could choose any field, and there were no objections towards anything, what would you choose? Most of them are to be found in these life sciences. So indeed, the gender difference in STEM prospects is not so big, but within different fields of STEM, we see that life and health sciences are much more popular among the female students. And then what about the self-concept beliefs? We asked the students, how good are you at, and then we presented some of the disciplines that they get at school. And here you can see some of the results, where the blue triangles represent the female students, and the purple ones are the male students. And here you can see that in general, men feel more, have higher self-concept beliefs, feel more confident about any of the fields that are taught about in school. So in general, men are more confident in any kind of discipline that has been taught at school, especially the STEM-related fields. What about self-efficacy? And we also asked them, how confident are you that you could successfully do certain things? For example, math tasks and science tasks. And here again, you can see a gender difference where you see that male are more self-confident, have higher self-efficacy beliefs on STEM-related issues than female. What about the role of the teacher in the classroom? So we really wanted to see, well, do men and women experience teachers differently? Or do they perceive teachers to treat them differently because of their gender? And here we didn't find any gender differences. So 72% of the students said that they have a regular interaction with their teacher and that they didn't experience any gender differences regarding interaction with their teacher. Only 4% said that they rarely interact with teachers in the classroom, and almost 50% had a private tutor at home to help them in the educational tasks. But no gender differences were found regarding the perception of teacher involvement. What about parents? Well, here we see that only 9% never talked with their parents or guardians about school content, and that 10% never talked with parents or guardians about their future education. But again, we didn't find any gender differences in parent involvement, or at least the perception of parent involvement in educational tasks. So what were our general conclusions in this study in the Kayonza district? Well, first of all, the gender differences were not at all that big. Coming from a Western country where we notice big differences in gender and STEM, it was nice to see that in the Kayonza district, these gender differences are not at all that big. And if there are any differences to be found, it's especially in the gap in self-confidence and self-efficacy beliefs in STEM. So there are things to be gained in giving students, especially female students, more confidence in doing STEM-related tasks at school and in their future career. So overall, we found a gender gap in confidence, self-efficacy beliefs in STEM. And we also noticed that both men and women, that they asserted male superiority in math and ICT. So if we asked the students, who do you think is best at doing math or STEM activities? Both girls and boys, they all responded, oh, of course, boys will be better at doing this. So also there, in perceptions and stereotype perceptions, there's things to be gained in empowering the female students in gaining trust in doing more STEM-related tasks. And also what we saw in the literature and in the figures is that the gap between female and male students increases once they go to tertiary education. So when they have to choose in higher education or in professional career, the gender gap in STEM increases. So in this transition from secondary school to professional life or higher education, there's something going on. And that's what I will talk to you in a minute. That's the research that we will do in our second project. And what we also found in this research is that there is only a limited number of female role models in STEM education. If you count the teachers, the female teachers giving STEM education in higher education, in secondary education, it's very low. So for these female students, they don't have many role models to follow in secondary education. So based on these findings, our next steps in our research were to explain these gender imbalances in STEM and their underlying mechanisms, and to really focus on this transition from secondary education to higher education, and to see what happens with gender and with the choices that students make towards STEM. And that's exactly the topic of our new, bigger project that we are conducting together with our colleagues from the University of Rwanda. And it's about improving gender balance in the transition from STEM secondary education to STEM higher education in Rwanda. So what will this research be about? Well, I take back this figure, and what we will do now is really focus on these personal and intersectional indicators at the individual level, see how learning experiences and expectations will translate into concrete choices to be made, and how the context will play a role in this choice. So what are the goals? Well, first of all, we want to gain a better understanding of gender imbalances in STEM and its underlying mechanisms, and really from the student and the teacher perspective. So we also want to survey teachers, interview teachers, and see how what their perspective is on the findings that we have. We also want to map the gendered transition from secondary school to STEM higher education and professional careers. So really follow students and see what choices they will be making once they leave secondary education, and whether we can predict certain choices that they will make. And the third goal is to strengthen strategies to reduce gender stereotype threat in STEM education, focusing on the professional development of teachers, role modeling of women in STEM, and involving girls in coding clubs. And because we, in our project, are also collaborating with VVOB and Rawise, we will also try to, based on our results, inform them about what kind of mechanisms or what kind of policy implications might be beneficial to support gender equality in STEM education. How will we do that? We will do that with a mixed method approach. We will collect longitudinal data starting next year in the last year of secondary education. We will again survey a lot of students to ask them about their STEM attitudes, about their self-concept beliefs, about their choices that they want to make. And then 1 year later, we will survey exactly those students again to see what choice have they made, and whether the inclinations and the predispositions they had in the secondary educations, the dreams they had in secondary education, whether they indeed translated to the choice they wanted to make, or to survey them what happened in the choice in your professional life or higher education, what happened. Are you happy with the choice that you have made, and so on. And also we will organize interviews with teachers and other stakeholders to really be able to interpret our results and our data in the most correct way as possible. And we will also evaluate the use of these coding clubs that somebody yesterday already presented here in another panel, to see whether they indeed help female students to be more confident, to feel more self-efficacy regarding STEM issues. And of course, I'm not at all an expert on Rwanda, so that's why any input from your side would be very helpful to develop our project more. If you have any ideas to fine-tune our research questions, our research design, we are very happy to hear you, very happy to get your suggestions, also about the design of the data collection and the interpretation of our results. More than happy to talk to you and to get your input. So thank you for listening. If you want to read more about our research, you can scan the QR code and then you come to a webpage with all the technical reports and the findings of our research. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Cecile, it's most relevant. Could you perhaps sit near me, if that's an option? Sure. Most relevant, thank you so much. And congratulations, both of you, to get this tender and this team project for the future for next year's. Congratulations, because it is quite competitive selection procedure. Good job you have done in a most relevant domain indeed. Let's go now quickly to the panel, please. May I invite Dr. Joly and Marie-Chantal to join us, and we will be honored to give you the floor. And perhaps you could give a short introduction about your passion in life, your mission in life, and how to deal with gender inequalities from your perspective. Yes, please. Okay, doctor.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, moderator, for giving us this opportunity to talk about ourselves. A quick correction: my name is Eva Liliane Geneza. I'm standing in for Dr. Marie-Chantal Cyrinyana. Chantal is the president of the Rwandan Association for Women in Science and Engineering. I think this is something that Cecile kept referring to, the organization. I was the founding vice president, and I'm currently the coordinator for events, training, and conferences for Rawise. So Rawise was founded in 2015 by a group of young women scientists that were all doing their graduate studies in different countries around the world. By having a small discussion and realizing some of the challenges that they were anticipating to having once they get back to their country after their studies. And this is the main reason behind the formation of this network, in order to provide a way of these women to be able to meet and keep collaborating, supporting each other, and being able to tackle also some of the issues that they were anticipating that they can have in terms of challenges in the workforce and also in the environment in general. So part of the activities that Rawise has been doing is really trying to, I think, address some of the key points that Professor Very mentioned in terms of trying to touch these issues in terms of gender inequality in STEM on different aspects, such as education, in terms of gender imbalance in the workplace, gender biases, as well as the lack of awareness or the lack of representation of women in STEM. So in a nutshell, that's what Rawise does. We are really trying to bring together women in science, but also be the voice of these women, and also be able to increase their participation and their success in STEM fields. In a nutshell, that's what Rawise is about.
Thank you. I think my name is Jolie Lubajiza. I'm a senior lecturer at the Center for Gender Studies at the University of Rwanda. And as my colleagues have presented, we will be doing this study together on looking at gender imbalance in STEM with the colleagues from KU Leuven. I will just try to add a few things from what they have presented. I think looking at the international perspective of gender imbalances in STEM and what we have seen from the Kayonza study that was done previously, there is not much difference really between what is happening in our country or in the countries from low-income countries. Well, they have shown us that there can be some differences, but I would like to follow up on a few issues, especially looking at how girls or women are presented or later go on to even join the workforce. I think this is, or the labor market. I think we are seeing that even if we are preparing girls, even we still have a deficit there on having the equal participation of women or girls in sciences or STEM subjects, especially in schools, and especially more particularly in higher education. This is a key factor at the University of Rwanda. We have lower numbers of girls, of course, at the university in general, and much lower in the STEM subjects. But then we see even that we lose more when they enter the labor market. I don't have the statistics here, but it's there that more actually don't join the labor market. And so what really can be done, and how can we tackle all these areas without forgetting one or the other, such that we address the issues in the schools, at the university level, and also in the labor market, so that we don't continue to have this leaky pipeline, as we say. There is a question that was raised by a colleague, Vier, which is it by choice really that girls go into, or students, so women here would make to go into the STEM subjects or to study any area for that matter. And I see that within, if I could maybe try to answer one of that, I mean partly that question, is that we are seeing a focus in policy to promote girls, not only girls, but STEM subjects. If I can talk about the University of Rwanda now, is that 61% of the students who are given scholarships come to study STEM, because that's a requirement by the government. So I would see that there is both the personal, but even more the policy part of it that is pushing these women to study maybe sciences, because they would be having a scholarship, or they would be having chances to be supported financially. But then when the choice comes to enter the labor market, something else happens, and maybe they are not represented there. So I would like us maybe to look at that more and see that we don't even lose the few that will come into STEM later when they start working. I will not labor more to this, and I will let, maybe if there are people who have questions for the panel, to go on. Thank you very much.
Can I have, yeah, thanks. Well, many questions should be raised now. May I, from my side, before giving the floor to the audience, quickly raise for all of you, if you wish to react and to comment. One of the intriguing questions Veerle mentioned was, is this an individual choice of girls, of learners, or should we not influence, try to impact, inform through specific measures, and the family and civil society, inviting also the socio-economic stakeholders to voice their concerns about having more girl learners in the STEM directions. What about civil society? So that's not just an individual issue, it's a community issue. And yes, remember the data and the links yesterday between gender inequalities and the development of your nation and of nations tout court. It should be also a political issue. Then again, what should most vividly public authorities do also at a decentralized level to hinder gender inequalities for the future? And second question, we are talking about STEM, but what about STEAM? Role of art. It's becoming a popular issue also in Europe, not just STEM but STEAM, art education, but that probably is of a minor concern. So could we perhaps ask the panel, all the panel, quickly to comment on those issues? Veerle, what?
Yeah, I must admit that I was quite surprised to see the figure of 70% graduates in STEM in 2063, 40 years from here. And I do see the issue, but at the same time, I'm concerned about the consequences of this very high percentage for other societal needs, and especially for the whole field of care. I'm teaching a course which is called Gender and Diversity, Science and Care. And well, people are a bit surprised about those two terms, science and care, in the title of a course. But in my opinion, the association, what binds them together as a concept is the strong association between masculinity and STEM, and on the one hand, and the association between femininity and care on the other hand, are just two sides of the same coin, because there are very similar stereotypes behind. But I could ask you, in case you remember the picture of the draw scientist person, drawings, who would you have, in case I would ask you, or the students, draw someone who is caring, or draw someone who is nursing? What would be the gender of the person that you would draw by then? So if you played for 70% people who grade in a STEM profile, even in case it would be STEM with double M, including medicine, is this 30% that's left, is that enough for finding a solution for all other societal issues? And policymakers are strongly focusing or trying to stimulate to get more women into STEM, but also in our country, there is very little stimulus for men to, policy stimulus for a man to opt for a care profile. And what does that mean for a society? And so that's really, it's a question to what you think about it, but for me personally, it's quite a concern. Yeah, in Western Europe, you may know that we have a lot of old people. They need to be taken care for in the upcoming decades. Who will do that? So that's really, and yeah, that's the concern.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Joly?
Well, I don't know if I can add something, but if you talk about the, say, 70% of it to STEM, is that what you were saying? And the issue of care, I think maybe we should touch on both sides. If we are maybe trying to promote women in STEM, I think the boys and the men should also be encouraged to go into the care part of the professions. Otherwise, we would be losing on one side if everyone was going to study STEM and then we leave the other part of the of occupations. So I think there should be, maybe if we are talking about gender equality, should be in both areas, and men or young boys also should be encouraged to navigate also other. I mean, when we talk about unpaid care work that women do most of the time, or the girls, we are now trying to see how the men or the boys can also join them to share this work. So it should be the same also in all these other occupations, in my view.
Yeah. And how to influence parents for the more positive choice of study?
Sorry?
How to try to impact on the parents who are also involved in choices of girls or boys to opt for specific discipline?
The parents.
Yeah, how to influence positively parents and convince them in the interest of your kid, your girl. It's so crucial that she's willing and able to opt for positive sciences.
Yeah, I think the parents, maybe that's where maybe we touch on the culture, because I think there is what we do in the schools or in the policy, but there's also the reality of what is happening in our communities and in our homes. So I find that sometimes we speak a double language there, and girls are promoted to go into these fields and science and all that, but when it comes to the other side, then they find that they also have to deal with the part of the cultural expectations of what a woman should do. So I think the sensitization and the community work should keep on going on, so that we don't really confuse these women or young women. We tell them one thing, to have aspirations and study high, but when they get into these jobs, when they graduate, they find that the environment is not really befitting. I think that's why we have this issue of the labor force participation of women in science or STEM.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Cecile?
Yeah, as a quantitative sociologist, I will let the data talk, and if we analyze the Kayonza data, for example, to really, where we really want to investigate, is it an individual choice? That's a research question. That's something that we will analyze with the data. And the preliminary results show that these self-confidence beliefs in STEM are the most important predictor of the choices that they will make. So I think there's a lot to be gained by just empowering the women and the female students that, yes, you can, of course you can. You should not be afraid of just doing it. And I think, encouraging the parents to positively empower their female and their daughters, that can be an approach as well to kind of make choosing for STEM a positive choice.
Yeah. Thank you, Vera. Yes, please.
All right. What I want to add. So what I want to add is related to Rawisa's experience in talking to these young girls, and also based on the data that we already have in terms of gender quota in high school and in higher education, as you mentioned before. So when you look at the gender balance in high school in Rwanda, from like 2000, and you look at what happened during that period at 2008 and 9-10, when the country was setting up specific targeted policies to encourage girls to do STEM combinations, and also they are to facilitate their transition towards undergraduate studies at university. You will see that the number of girls doing STEM combination in high school has almost leveled up to the number of boys, which is something that's very commendable. That's something that Rwanda was able to achieve, I think, within one decade. And the number of girls actually starting university in STEM courses has also increased from a very, very small number to about doubled to what they used to be before. But when you compare to the number of boys, the number of girls starting university in STEM courses, it's still very low. And this is partly due to, yes, the increase is partly due to the policies that have been in place by the government to give more scholarship to students starting in STEM, as Jolie has mentioned, and also to facilitate or to give more opportunities to these young girls that want to do STEM at university. So there was also that policy to facilitate them, which I think is being phased out at the moment. But then the issue is, when you look at the teachers, in primary school, you will find that the number of men and women teaching in primary school, I mean, there are more women teaching in primary school than men in general. If you look at the numbers in high school, then you will find that from 2011, you will find that the male teachers were about 81%, and that number was still the same in 2018, and there are more men teaching in high school than women. And when you look at the percentages in terms of STEM teachers, the number of female STEM teachers is extremely low. So basically what you were saying about how do we motivate these young girls to keep seeing themselves into STEM is also boiling down to where do they see women scientists? So they are succeeding in sciences today, but when they look ahead, they look at their, their favorite teachers, they look at the scientists that they know, they hear about, they don't see women there. So automatically that kind of translates to, yeah, maybe we're not good enough, unconsciously. So that we create that bias within ourselves because of not seeing that representation of women scientists. So I do think there is a need for more policy to try to, to increase the representation of women scientists, and also to ensure that the support that they need in order to stay in these careers is also provided, so that we see the numbers going up, and then hopefully that will also motivate more the young generation to come. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, the voice now to the audience. Who wants to raise a comment, a question, or something else? Who does not agree? Who does agree? What should we do better and more? We have the chance to have Mama Lambert with us. Yes, there is a question, please, the mic. And then the next question. Prepare yourself to raise your comments.
Thank you so much for the presentations. I'm called John Mugabo from the Civil Society. There has been a misinterpretation generally on gender issues. I want to learn from you if I'm mistaken. People do not differentiate between girls' empowerment and gender. And over the years I've been working with civil society, we have been mistaking it for girls' empowerment. And you find that in most cases there has been resistance on the side of the boys because they think all organizations are favoring girls. So I would recommend that whatever we're doing for the girl child, I understand the reason we've been doing that in Africa, mainly, it's because the girl child has been lagging behind in many aspects, including STEM. And the target or the aim is for equality, to ensure that girls can as well do things that boys do, because they have the ability, but because of the culture, the background and all that, they have been affected. So I would suggest that we always engage the boy child to understand why we are doing certain things for the girls and not the boys. And above that, I would like also to share probably my personal experience. When we were still young, what inspired us or encouraged us to go to school is not just to go to school by itself, but because most of the people in my village, whoever would go to school, they would get good jobs, and they would get, the family would be, better off. And so that brings me to the point that as we are promoting the girl child, we should also look at the labor market and ensure that it favors them to acquire such jobs in STEM, in science, that would encourage more girls to go for such courses or subjects. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Comments?
Thank you so much. I have a quick comment on that. One of the issues that we actually have in terms especially of the job market is not that there are no jobs for female or that we don't have like policies to encourage women to take some certain position. But in some cases, we actually have policies either within institution, either within the country to sometimes say we need this percentage of women to do this or to appear in this position. But women themselves do not feel comfortable sometimes applying to this kind of position. So you may put a position out there for an engineer doing something, and you end up not having a single female who is qualified applying for that position. And then you don't have a choice, but you have to hire another man, even if your institution or that department was full of men. So on one side, I understand, and I do agree we need to have this discussion in terms of institution to be more intentional in hiring women scientists and engineers. But on the other side, we need to also make sure that, as you say, the environment is not just ready and open to receiving them, but it's also ready and open for them to thrive within this environment so that we see a little bit more of them and then motivate the others to join as well.
Ceci? You agree? Great. Yes, please, Dr. Kuri.
Yes, I think what John is saying is right. And I think in Rwanda, that's why there has been kind of a change of trying to engage men or engaging men and boys to make them really understand why maybe when we talk about promoting women or girls in certain fields, why this is being done. So even the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion has, I think, put in place a strategy called Engaging Men and Boys to make sure that they come on board and they appreciate what is being done. And of course, this means that we are going also to look at the areas where maybe the boys and the men are not doing well and make sure that we try to see how they can be promoted in certain fields so that gender means both men and women. It should not be seen as just the sphere of women. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, next question or comment, feel free. This is a unique moment. Yes, please, Mike.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the issue of the fact that when girls are trained, some of them, they don't take up work where they were supposed to be employed. My question is it not an issue for maybe the working conditions that are offered to them? How favorable are those working conditions to them? Here we're looking at issues of maybe a woman sometimes also taking maternity leave or other issues that deal with their nature. How favorable is that? If we are not looking maybe at those conditions, maybe we'll never achieve our intended outcomes of training the girl child to STEM. How favorable is the labor market in as far as employing women is concerned? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
So I would answer the question by giving an example of one of the activity that Rawise conducted. There is an institution that we worked with, and we invited all female within the institution, a high learning institution in STEM, and we had discussion about their challenges and some of the issues that they have, and try to see how we can draft up a recommendation for them to feel like, for them to be able to access a conducive environment for their work and also in terms of like their possibility for growth at work. And part of the outcome that came out of that, or the answers that we got, is that, as you say, sometimes the environment is not that conducive. There could be issues where there are policies that are in place for certain things, but there is a big gap between the policy itself and how the policy is implemented. I would give you an example. Female to just be a name somewhere so that they get the grant. But at the end of the day, sometimes those females will not be part of any discussion in terms of the implementation of the research or the publication of those research. And if that happens to you once or twice as a woman researcher, then you get discouraged, and then you start withdrawing from your work. So we find a few women working that would say, I have a job, yes. I know I can do A, B, or C to get promoted or to grow academically, but these are the challenges, 1, 2, 3. And sometimes it's about the difference we have between a policy and how we implement a policy. And this is sometimes something that influences even ourselves as women. And I'm not saying here men are the problem, because even as women, sometimes we are sitting in hiring committees and you tell yourself that woman maybe is not capable just because you have that level of bias, or maybe when she started talking the first second, she was a bit intimidated by people in the room, which is a trait that women have more than men in general, and automatically would be like, okay, that other person is more capable. But when you look at the details about the capacity of the person, man or female, when you give a chance to women, sometimes they actually can thrive when they're given a chance. So we need to be more intentional in the application of current policies, but also to try to implement more in terms of creating a more gender-balanced environment for women.
Yeah, powerful, thanks so much. Dr. Jolie?
I think that's what I talked about, trying to also address the work environment, because if it remains the work culture or the place where women go to join the labor force, if there are no changes, just like we are trying to make changes within schools to maybe to put in place gender responsive pedagogies and maybe train teachers on how to be gender responsive in their teaching. I think the labor market also should be responsive to women joining, because the culture has been particularly male, especially in STEM subjects. So yeah, the environment, the culture, the work culture and the institutions, I think even when we look at higher institutions of learning, giving an example of UR itself, it's the institutional culture really needs to be responsive to receiving women and addressing some of the issues that you're talking about, the nature part of it. If women have to be maybe pregnant, go for maternity leave, is that really something that is catered for? If not, then they withdraw naturally from such fields.
Yeah, sure. Vera.
Thank you. Your question relates perfectly to what I refer to, the 3 fix theory from Londa Schiebinger, because it's not enough to fix the numbers. An increasing number of women is, of course, an important step, but you also need to, what she calls, fix the organization, and then the whole field of possible measures where you refer to, and you're perfectly right. Laws, what about maternal leave, but also creating a safe working environment where people feel safe, where there is no space for harassment. What are the measures an organization would enroll in case of harassment? All this belong to the fix the organization, fix the culture. And then comes a third one, which is related to the field of university, fix the knowledge. Where do we add the gender-sensitive approach into the development of studies? But it's a very good example of the necessity to address also the fixed organization on the both culture and structure of an organization. So thank you for your question.
Yeah. Well, that was an excellent, fascinating, not just the topic, but also excellent panel. This reflection of female leadership, inspiring female leadership. Although I was definitely the minority, male minority within this panel, what gives me a good feeling. We will be in total consensus on planning for putting this on the agenda also of the Summit 2024 with concrete measures, concrete policy proposals, researched based in all evidence. Let us appreciate or express our appreciation for this panel clapping hands. Thank you so much. For that, it's a miracle. We finished timely, sharp, 4 o'clock. But we will move immediately to the next very relevant, important and inspiring topic, namely health and education. Could I invite Professor Stefan Jansen to come to the forefront and also the panel members? And yeah, we will start in 1 minute exactly. Health and education. There is, it's one of the best examples of the interconnectivity of Sustainable Development Goals and of human rights, health and education. There are, I will be short in my introduction because time is running out after all, but there are links, of course, intrinsic links between the need for early childhood education and health services and health concerns through education. One of the common characteristics is both are an absolute priority for education policy. The earlier the child is invited for the learning process, according to academic and professional standards, the better. And that counts also for health service, health concern, health care in and through education. Both have a direct link again with the level of development of a society, again referring to UNESCO data and data of World Bank. The earlier diagnosis, assessment can be organized in a setting where most of the kids are supposed to attend classes, the better it is to organize prevention, healthcare, and remedies. And if I may also refer to my personal engagement in research culture, and that's another aspect of Professor Janssen's lecture, the research culture in education on health. I'm myself now working in psychiatric and neurologic hospital of Endera for the second time during several months. The absolute need to have an involvement of research for the follow-up of activities on all levels is quite clearly shown through the mission of this kind of teaching hospitals. By myself, I've also served as the government commissioner for 35 years, serving also of representing the government, the minister, in the board of trustees of University Hospital and in the Institute for Tropical Medicine in Antwerp, in Belgium. It gives me really a conviction that research culture in education formation is absolutely crucial. On all those very difficult aspects, we invited the top researcher and the top professor, Stefan Janssen, linked to the University of Rwanda, but internationally recognized for his highest expertise. It's a privilege, Stefan, to have you with us this afternoon. Thank you so much for your loyalty, and you have immediately the floor.
Thank you, Prof. And such a nice introduction. I feel a bit intimidated. I'm wondering who is he talking about. Wow. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. My name is Stefan Janssen. I work at the University of Rwanda since 12 years. I started at KHI, and now I'm part of CMHS, and I am the Director of Research and Innovation at CMHS. So it's from that position that you will see that we are thinking about how can we promote research at a university. Is it important to promote research? Why is it important? And what is the link with education, right? So I'll be talking a bit about that. And as you can see in the title, it's about a research culture. So what we ultimately want to establish is a kind of mindset change. We need to create an academic culture of people engaging in research and also involving students in research, right? So it's not only the practical trainings and the practical work, it's really about changing our academic environment, and that is what we try to do. So let's start, and this is a very wide perspective on a book that has influenced me to thinking about the role of a university and to thinking about development in general. And that book is Development as Freedom from Amartya Sen, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics for this work. So he said, if we think about development, now we are used to think about it quite narrowly, and we measure it, for example, with the gross national product or the income per person or those type of measures. And Amartya Sen said that is actually a poor way of assessing accurately the development in a country. And what he proposed to the contrary is to think about development as expanding what he calls substantive freedoms. And so let me explain a bit more what that means. So those freedoms, they include political freedoms, economic facilities, social opportunities, transparency guarantees, protective security. Let me give a bit more flesh to what it means. So he said, instead of looking at poverty, for example, and say poverty is the problem, he says poverty is a limitation of your freedom, right? And it means like if you are if you have issues of having enough nutrition, then your basic freedom to have enough nutrition is not met, and that is the issue that needs to be removed. Another issue, for example, on protective security is, it says if you live in an unsafe environment, then in that environment, the freedom for you to move and to be able, we were talking about it in the previous session on gender, sometimes because of your gender, there is certain places which are not accessible to you. So that is also a freedom that is not fully realized, right? So it's a quite positive view and a very holistic and comprehensive view of what development means. It means in all important dimensions of people's lives and the life of the community, we need to prosper and give individuals the necessary freedom, as he calls it. Now, there is two ways in which those freedoms are important, and the first one is the evaluative reason, and that is if you want to measure development, you need to measure it as the assessment of the programs that needs to be done, right? So that is what so what is it ultimately that we want to achieve? And we want to achieve all of these freedoms, and so that means that is what we want to measure. But at the same time, there is the effectiveness reason, and that refers to how can we get there. And he says to get to that point, you need to, in the process, look at, do people in this process have individual freedoms? Because the more we give individual freedoms to people, the more we can create a society in which those substantive freedoms are guaranteed for all, right? So there's more conclusions that come from his analysis. So he got the Nobel Peace Prize because, the Nobel Prize for Economics, because he made a big mathematical model that actually quantifies all of this reasoning, and so that is the work behind. So it's really a very data-driven, meta-level analysis kind of analysis that he makes in this book. Now, one of the main conclusions for this book, and the one that I think is very relevant for Rwanda, is that he said one of the best predictors for development, and this development in the way he describes it, of a country is investment in education and investment in health. So both of them, right? And we remember, I think since 3-4 years ago, we had His Excellency talking about it at the end of year conference, that we would focus more on education, we would focus more on health. And me working in the health sector and the education sector, and you all working also in the education sector, I think that came as very good news to us. And we understood, I think, before there was maybe not sufficient interest in education and health. And so I'm very glad to see, and at CMHS, we see a lot of progress happening now because of this. Now, the way that he could conclude it, there is like really interesting examples. He gives the example of China, and in China, you had communism, right, before, and very strict communism that was not functioning as capitalism as it is today. But then when they opened up and they allowed economic capitalism to shape their economy, you know that China is now one of the quickest growers and an enormous player and made great progress. And Amartya Sen was able to demonstrate that actually even in communist times, there was a lot of investment in education, there was a lot of investment in health, and then once the communist constraints were relieved from the economy, at that time the country could suddenly go forward very quickly, right? And then it makes comparative analyses with other countries, so there is really good evidence to support that. So that is the big view, and I like it as a framework because it fits, I think, with what we try to do in Rwanda. We try to create a better society in all of the domains. We are not just trying to increase our our GDP, right? GDP is the means to construct a better society, and so that's a nice framework to think about it. Now, just some few specific research, and this is a large-scale analysis that I'm referring to. This is a big study on an UNESCO database that includes 15,000 universities in 1,500 regions across 78 countries. And it evidences that universities and university education functions as a catalyzer, as a driver for economic growth. So one of the measurements is that 10% increase in a region's number of universities per capita is associated with 0.4% higher future GDP per capita in that region, right? So there's a clear link between investing in university education and in future GDP growth. But not only is the impact present in that region, it is also present in the surrounding region. So there is a spillover effect. And this shouldn't come as a surprise. So the effect of that spillover, the effect of that the universities are having is mediated, so is partially caused by an increased supply of human capital and greater innovation, right? So in conclusion, the economic benefits of university expansion on a country level, they exceed the costs you are making. Now that is the kind of general analysis that I'm giving you. Of course, once you go into the detail, there is much more rich information available of where you should invest. It's, for example, Rwanda's focus on STEM education comes from these types of analysis that show that investment of STEM education has a relatively larger effect on economic growth, but also sectors like health are important. And of course, economic growth should not be the only focus of education, right? So, but this is an important argument in favor of the function of universities. Now I'm coming a bit closer to home. So what about promoting research at university? And I should be the one going to the next slide. So is university research a driver or a barrier for improving the quality of education? And I'm here to promote research, at least that's my job, that's what I'm paid for, is to promote research at university. So let us see and let us evaluate if that's actually a good thing to do, right? So there's a big study from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, that included many universities and many learning institutions. And they looked at like the general picture of a good functioning education is that you have high quality teaching. High quality teaching improves high quality research, and that research is relevant, and that both teaching and research are both relevant for what is happening in the society and is impactful of what's happening in the society, right? And so all of them, they are linked in multiple ways. If you have good research, it improves your teaching. If you have good teaching, it improves your research. So there's different evidences for that high quality of teaching, it evidently has an impact on, so investments in quality teaching, of course, has a positive impact of teaching, but also has a positive effect on research, right? So good quality education makes that we get better researchers, and of course, that doesn't come as a surprise. But inversely also, if you produce good research makes that you get higher competent academic staff, and that more highly competent staff brings both practical knowledge, but also brings general expertise to the teaching. And so the teaching of, the quality of teaching can increase because the university is engaged in research. So there is this circular benefit. There is one big but, and it's something that's actually also relevant for the University of Rwanda, is that institutions that focus on research and really want to build, be a research-led university, they sometimes struggle to sufficiently focus on teaching and education. And so because most of the professors, and there is these, for example, these international rankings, right, in which you see so many publications, how many professors, what is the average number of publications, what's the number of grants won, so all of those research outputs. In many universities, and this is a global study, right, this is not a study from Rwanda, you see that the strong focus on research is taking human resource away from teaching, and teaching becomes a secondary objective, and the quality of teaching actually suffers from investing too much in research. Yeah? So we shouldn't be naive. And when I look at the University of Rwanda, we really try to promote research. It's in the importance of the university, but also of the country that we raise in those international rankings. So obviously, it's going to be a primary interest. But we shouldn't forget, and you can also see it in the way individual researchers, we are all evaluated, right? Your teaching portfolio, if you get your teaching portfolio, that is okay, and you can continue your work. But there is more incentives with engaging in research or sometimes other activities. So we are stimulating more people to go into research, and you need a deliberate effort to protect teaching quality. And that is something that as educators you need to think about. It's not because we are investing in becoming better researchers that automatically we will become better educators, right? So they are even sometimes contradictory. So that was a general kind of global introduction of the framework in which we as the university are functioning. Now, I want to talk more concretely about what is my daily job at the Directorate of Research and Innovation at the College of Medicine and Health Sciences. Now, we created a team of all the dean, deputy deans, and some very senior people, which we call the Research and Innovation Committee at CMHS, and we are like a strategic thinking group, like how can we promote research at the university. And our it's like an underlying vision statement, is that the center of gravity for global South health research needs to move from the global North to the global South. So that is a very ambitious statement, right? Because it says that in Rwanda and with our college, we should function on the same level as the Tropical Institute of Antwerp, as the London Tropical, as Karolinska University, as Harvard, as all those top universities in the world. But if we want to lead on research, we need to be functioning on an equal footing. And it is important because we know better what are the problems that are relevant here. Yeah? And I can testify for that myself in my 12 years of research. It is because working with my Rwandan colleagues, I understand better what are actually the problems that can make a difference when we research those problems, right? To get to that point, of course, we need to raise our level and to improve our standards of research. And that is not an easy thing to do, right? The reasoning, or the general reasoning that we are having, is to say you can take many academics, and we've seen many of them on stage, you can take many academics from the University of Rwanda, put them in Karolinska University or London Tropical University or Harvard or Yale, and they will be successful academicians, making a typical research career. But when we bring them to University of Rwanda, the environment, and it's really about organization, and organization also linked to incentives, partially. It is difficult for researchers to fully commit to their research and to fully commit to mentorship, right? And so the problem is not that we don't have the human resource, and maybe certainly 20, but also 10 years ago, I think that was a bigger issue. I think today we do have the necessary human resource to become actually a leading research institutions, not only regionally, but globally. But we need to offer people an environment in which it makes sense for them to fully dedicate their efforts on research, right? And that is why we set this big goal for us. Like, we want Karolinska University to stay, and we want them to focus on research problems that are relevant in Rwanda. But in Rwanda, we want to build up the same capacity that just as our researchers go and study in Sweden, in 10 or 20 years' time, we want the Swedish researchers to come and study with us because we are the better researchers in certain areas. So one of the things is, with our group, we think a lot about challenges and opportunities, right? So you have to be really realistic, and I'm sharing with you. So this is the work from over 2-3 years. This is the analysis we made with a group of seniors at CMHS. Is let us be realistic about our challenges, and let's think about our problems. But we only think about our problems, we don't care so much about them. We think about them because by thinking them through, it can lead us to the correct solutions, right? So it's not to be sitting down and become depressed with some of the difficulties we face. Rather, you are interested in the problem, because by analyzing the problem, you can formulate the correct solution. Yeah? And I think some of you will recognize them. They are not very detailed here. So our environment is not sufficiently conducive. There is not enough trainings available. There is no statistics help desk. There is no formats. There is no grant management office. There is many things we are missing. A very important one is that the incentives, and that is part of it is financial incentives, but also other incentives, right? Like, you can do consultancies, and consultancies are easier sometimes than working on research grants because you need to apply, you often fail. So many of the incentives are not pushing people towards research and mentorship. And another issue, and which is a logical issue, is that our top researchers often are also given more or different obligations. Many times they become deans. I think if you look at now the Director General of RBC, the Minister of Health, they are all excellent researchers. And of course we need them, but at the same time we need also to get researchers that remain researchers. And then we need to think in terms of opportunities, and there's actually many opportunities that are easy, but that sometimes we miss. So as an institution, we are missing many scholarship and grant opportunities. And let me just give you one example that when I heard it, it certainly surprised me or even shocked me. I was talking to I don't know his title, the president or the lead of the European Union here in Rwanda. And they came to promote the Erasmus Plus program, so meaning study abroad in Europe, which gives sponsored scholarships for master and PhD projects. Now, there is, since years and years, there is more or less 100 of those Erasmus Plus scholarships that are available for Rwandans. And try to guess how many we used last year. Last year, it was 4, meaning that 96 funded scholarships we are not taking up, right? So there is relatively straightforward opportunities that because there is not enough communication, there is not enough support to allow people to apply for these grants, those are opportunities that we are missing. So we often focus on creating more and new opportunities, but there is actually a lot to gain in facilitating access to existing opportunities, right? That is the same for grants, research grants. At this moment in time, and it will change, at this moment there is no shortage for research grant funding, at least not in my sector, in the health sector, there is enough funding that is available. The problem is we are not enough people who can apply and access. So there is no shortage of funding available, right? It's the matter of getting us organized and accessing that funding, and that is international funding, and that is the funding that we need to grow our university, yeah? And you can, and you can make national and international partnerships. Of course, those are the ones helping us. Let me speed up a little bit. I'm going a bit slow. I should have showed you this slide. I'm moving the slides on my computer, but I need to stay along. So this is the team at the Directorate of Research. So there is myself, then there is one full-time research and innovation officer, so that's the only, together with me, we are the only 100% staff, and then there is some other staff who are allocated 30% of their time to different functions within the directorate. Yeah? That is not sufficient staff to create a research environment we need to create for you. These are the responsibilities we have, or that we at least defined for ourselves. This is the services we need to offer as the Directorate of Research. So of course we need to report on CMHS research and innovation outputs. At the moment, and this is one barrier for growth, we are not communicating sufficiently well, right? I think it must be the same, maybe I don't know what college most of you are coming from. At the moment, to say how many publications did you do, did you make in the past 3 months, we send out an email to all of the staff and we say, please share your publications with us, and we combine it in an Excel sheet, yeah? Of course, we get a lot of underreporting. Because of that underreporting, our university visibility is not growing as it should. Yeah? So now we are working with a new high-level programmer through a research project. So we managed to win some support funding, and now we can build up a really professional website. And that will be for the whole of UR. And what it does is if you make a publication, it will capture the publication from the web, send you an email and ask me, is this publication yours? And if it is yours, it is added to your CV. Yeah? You see, those are some small improvements. And of course, there is many more functions. So that is the kind of solutions we are trying to bring. At the Directorate, we also run the ethics committee. And we're the only college at UR who is responsible for that, because most ethic applications are linked to health research, of course. We organize and coordinate research trainings, which is also something we struggle with because we don't have enough staff to really build an agenda of research trainings that you as staff or students at the university can say, this is how I build up my research training for myself, in analysis, in research methodology, in manuscript writing, maybe in very technical areas like neuroimaging or whatever trainings we are giving. So we want to build up a yearly research agenda, and then everyone can select from the menu. Yeah? So there is a lot of trainings happening. Sometimes you've got high quality trainings with few attendance. Sometimes you've got relatively low research trainings with high attendance. So we need to fix some of those issues. We are running the Rwanda Journal of Medicine and Health Sciences, and every college is running its journal. We get academic affiliation, so that is outside staff, outside of the university, that through the affiliation can contribute to teaching and to research. We focus on innovation, so that's collaborating with the private sector, which is not an easy thing to do, which in reality we haven't quite understood. Yeah, we know now that Rwanda will become a producer of vaccines, as I think the first country in our region, with BioNTech from a German company, and it comes to produce the vaccines here. Because of that, we have a center of excellence in vaccines, and we have a lot of activity that is generated about it. But that is only one example, right? And that comes from high office who made this happen. It is the role of the university to generate much of those projects, to get your research projects and make them a contributor to the economy. And that there is still a lot of work. So as a university, we need to offer academics support services. So we can tell you, this is what you need to do to maybe bring a product to the market or develop a service or things like that. Then we want to build soft research infrastructure. So that's all the kind of support services, and we do some other activities. So we created the CMHS Research and Innovation Committee. I'm sorry, I'm missing to catch up on my slides. So this committee is the committee I think about. That's our strategic thinking group. And that strategic thinking group created a number of what we call priority work packages, right? Because you cannot do everything at the same time. We decided on some priorities. And the first one is to build up this agenda of trainings and seminars. The second one is to update the research website with, and it should for all of academic staff, it should be the automatic go-to place, right? One of the services we will offer is if your name is in the data bank, you will get individual emails. You will say, I'm interested in this and this and this, and you will get emails that tell you, for your profile, these are grants that are available, these are scholarships that are available, facilitating you to engage in projects, and then we will say, and this is the support you can give. So that is the vision behind the website. And the third one is innovation, which I also already talked about, is how can we collaborate with the private sector? The potential is enormous. So many big universities, they have a physical campus, as we are also doing in the industrial zone, and a soft campus, meaning this is just human resource that do their research, but at the same time create a spin-off company sector. The private sector is supporting the research, but the research is relevant for the industry player with whom you are working. So this more close collaboration with the private sector is a big area that is underdeveloped, and not enough people, including me, have a good understanding of how we can strengthen that. But let me give you one example of an innovation that we created and for which we won a support grant, and that is the United for Health Initiative. And the United for Health Initiative stands for universities, NGOs, industry, the government working collaboratively towards expertise development for health. So meaning that all of the players, everyone who is relevant in health, right? The universities, the NGOs, the government, all of them, we have created a number of services that facilitate them coming together. And then we decided on some very concrete collaboration activities. So the main objective is to strengthen the healthcare system in Rwanda through creating synergies between universities, care providers, NGOs, the private sector, and policymakers in the health sector. And specifically, and so we went very concretely, it's not kind of fluffy collaboration, right? It's very hands-on. So we want to work with NGOs and hospitals and industry to give students internship and to supervise students' research theses. Because that makes that the internships and the research theses are more relevant because they are working for problems that exist in the field. But on the other side as well, we get additional supervision. If we work, for example, with Partners in Health or other big organizations, they provide quality supervision for our students. So the students now work on more relevant projects, on more relevant problems, and they get additional supervision. So that is one of the specific objectives. We also share on the opportunities on research grants and scholarships and more. So as I said before, we are missing many opportunities. So by having a platform that shares, the only thing you need to do is you give your email address, you go to the United for Health website, you put in your email address and you start receiving the emails, right? At the moment you receive very many emails. In the future we will make it that you put your personal profile and then you will get more specific solutions that are specifically linked to your personal profile. Yeah? And then we allow for organizations to promote their events. For example, recently Partners in Health launched a really high quality research training, and they reach out to UR, so there's many CMHS staff who is now attending those trainings. Yeah? We want that to happen with all of the partners. We want our students to be able to access trainings from all of the trainings that are happening in Rwanda, and the other way around. We want, if it's relevant for us, we want people from the hospitals or from NGOs to attend trainings that we are organizing, right? So to make a better linkage. And so the United for Health initiative has a website, but it also has a physical day. So we organize what we call the open day before. At CMHS, we organize the United for Health Days, where we invite embassies, because embassies will talk us about grant opportunities and scholarship opportunities. We invite hospitals, we invite industry, and we invite, of course, all of our departments, and we invite RBC, Ministry of Health, among all of them. And so last year, we had our first United for Health Day, and it started with very little funding, so just to show you that there was a lot of interest, surprising amount of interest from all of the partners. And as you will see, WHO, UNICEF, Zipline, many, many big names in health came to the open day of the university because they were, and many people told me, we were waiting for the university to take this initiative, right? And we have a 2-minute film on United for Health. And I think we can look at that, and I will conclude my presentation like that. So if you could turn on the film. So as we are waiting, I can go to the last slide. So this is a presentation I often use to say, please collaborate with us, and we list the different collaborations, type of collaborations that we're interested in. But let us look at the film. to sponsor that party. So this is an initiative that just came about with organizing among colleagues, and this year we will make it even bigger, and it creates a lot of opportunities. So what we are doing now is we organize it in October or November. We are deciding. Our students will visit all of the partners that are there. Last year we had 59 partners that set up the stand, and the students reach out, they go to WHO, they say, do you have an internship for me? Do you have a research thesis topic for me? If they agree, they go to the head of department. We have a standardized MOU that is confirmed by the legal office at headquarters of the university. And so now the students can take much more initiative in finding a good place for themselves, just as can the NGO staff, just as can every member of the department, right? So that is an initiative as an example of how you can run innovations. So thanks a lot for your attention, and thanks for your interest in our work at the Directorate.
Thank you. Fascinating, fascinating indeed. Because we are a little bit running out of time, we will move immediately to the panel members. Could you perhaps introduce yourself shortly, and then go for your comments, your vision on health and education and research culture. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Richard Ndoezu. I'm a lecturer at the University of Rwanda in the School of Medicine. Also, I'm the Director of Research at the King Faisal Hospital. Just want to say this is a really great opportunity. As we are talking about education and health, it's really important that we really discuss the importance of research into promoting education and health. And especially for us who are in the medical field, when you try to look on everything that we do in the clinics is based on evidence-based. And this really shows the importance of having the culture of doing research. And that's really connect to how should we connect, or when shall we start involving clinicians or doctors into research. And just remember that there is a research that we conducted last year in terms of trying to understand how students in the College of Medicine are involved in the research. And pretty much all of them will say, like, we have been involved in the research as part of the curriculum, because it's one of they have a module of research, but also every student at the university who is graduating is supposed to do a thesis at the graduation or before graduation. But when it goes to practical aspect of research, not so many have been involved into research, and I really want to acknowledge the importance of the initiative that has been taken by the college, and especially Stefan for bringing up the idea of United for Health, because now students are more open to they have theoretical knowledge, but they just need an opportunity to have hands-on experience. And this is the really importance of having this connection between the University of Rwanda or the other university in Rwanda to collaborate with industrial industries, NGOs, so that like the work that students are doing are really relevant to or coming to solve the issue that really is pressing or the organization is trying to address. So I think some of the challenges that have been identified, lack of mentorship, I think this is something that is currently being handled at the college level, especially I'm talking for what I'm familiar with the College of Medicine. But the research or grants has been one of the key challenges as well, because everyone who is doing research, most of them will need some level of funding to do their research. And this is that way that we can connect students and organization and industry who are really working on to have those who can support students to move or to do their research. So I just want to reiterate mostly the importance of evidence-based, especially when we talk about into health, evidence-based medicine, into improving the quality of education, improving the quality of healthcare provision in Rwanda. So I think it's a really good opportunity, and we can talk about sustainable development. And I think Prof. Stefan mentioned it very well. We should really invest more into education and health if we really want to make sustainable development goals more strong. So I really thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Excellent. What about the students?
Thank you very much. My name is Verite Chibairo. I'm a medical student from Rwanda and the current vice president
of our Medical Students Association. And I would like to thank you for the organizers of the conference on trying to listen from the part of students what they think about research at their
to
level.
Mac. Here's what you need to do in the Apple menu. Click Restart. Press and hold down the power button while your Mac starts as it shows the Apple logo and makes the startup chime. Let go of the power button once a message appears that says loading startup options when the screen power button once a message appears that says loading startup options when the screen loads. You'll see a button once a message appears that says loading startup option power button while your Mac starts as it shows.
Level. Now I will go straight to different barriers that we meet in terms of research.
Goes the Apple logo
most of them
and
have
makes
been
the
thought about in terms of lack of mentorship and specifically
startup chime. Let go of the power button once a message
an undergraduate level
appears
So
that says
Stephen was
loading
saying that there is enough funding.
startup options when the
There is
screen
enough
loads.
funding. I
You'll
already
see a window
a
with
lot
startup
of
disk
grants.
options. Choose
But
Big
then
Sur
when
and
you go to the criteria to apply, it needs masters of what, PhD of what, or you're applying to be a PhD candidate. So one of the barriers that we meet is having different grants for students at an undergraduate level. And if we need real academicians in the future at a master's level or PhD level, then it needs to start from an undergraduate level, because then they will not adhere, it will not be their spirit at the moment. So in our Medical Students Association, we try to address different gaps, and one of them is trying to source different fundings, but which keeps being a difficulty. But we're currently having a research mentorship program where our HOD and Prof. Stephen and different researchers in Rwanda are in this mentorship program. We link them with students and where they work together through different projects. And we currently have one ongoing project with WHO Rwanda about sexual reproductive health. And our professors are already in that project. So in our Medical Students Association, we have that platform where students meet, brainstorm, come up with an idea, and it gives them a platform to meet with experienced researchers who can help them in drafting these documents and source them and give them a go-ahead in this project. So we thank also the University of Rwanda for helping us. Then I'll go direct to what we need as students. So I'm sure there are things you wanted me to talk about, but trust me, this is more important to me as a student's representative. So one of it is putting out opportunities for students and not having them as, we need meaningful collaboration, meaningful engagement in different research projects, and they need to be involved from a drafting level, not just at the level of data collection. So this helps in giving them the spirit and the courage for them to be able to bring up their own ideas, because then they are learning from experienced learners. I remember there is this paper I was reading. It contained 49 authors who were all professors and renowned doctors. And I approached our dean, who was part of the paper, and I told him there is a need to be at least one student. At least one student in this paper. So students are not really experienced with research, but we're not born while knowing every skill. So they are learning, and we promise to be better at every opportunity that we're given. So basically that's what we're doing. Our Medical Students Association tackles different programs, but specifically to research, we organize different trainings together with the University of Rwanda and other institutions that help coordinate these trainings, and we hope to increase these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Voilà, before giving the floor to the audience, just let me raise a few questions to Stefan, and eventually also complemented by the panel members. Stefan, I was once invited by the group of rectors and entrepreneurs on how innovative are universities. And I shocked the audience, starting with a quote, namely the question, what are the most conservative institutions since the Middle Age? And I answered myself that question. Often churches, and very often universities, reluctant to change. So what about bureaucracy in the apparatus of the university, Stefan? And how to cope with the rigidity and the dataism of some rules? Second issue, the relation with authorities, public authorities. Who is choosing the topics, the themes for research? For instance, within the health sector. Is the university or is the department, faculty, the college, free, autonomous on selecting the topics of concern for future research? And what is the impact of research vis-à-vis state policy? Is there any impact? Because we had it during lunchtime about impact. What about research impacting policies? I should raise some other questions, but let me let it there for the time being. Stefan?
Okay, thank you for those nice questions. So, as some of you could guess, I'm not originally Rwandan. I'm only Rwandan now. So, first part of my career was in Europe. So, I experienced the European research culture, and since 12 years, I now work at the University of Rwanda. So, the challenges are quite different if you compare them. So, I do agree with the statement that universities are actually very conservative. And also research grants, they are very conservative. They don't want you to take risks. They want you to, every time when you research something, that you need to have the finding. And to do that, it means you're not going to be a risk-taking organization. I think globally, it is a problem. I think traditionally the biggest brains of the country, they like to go to universities. I now often think that the biggest brains are interested to go to the private sector because you are more free to do what you want. And that is counterintuitive because the private sector is there to make benefit while the university is there for the public good. But something in the system makes that it's a very conservative environment. Now, having said that, I think in Rwanda, we are very free as researchers. And it comes together with your second question. We actually have a very good and close relationship because it's a small community with the policy makers and the decision makers. So with CMHS, we work very, very closely with RBC, the implementing branch of the Ministry of Health. We work closely with WHO, like the study that Verité was talking about. And so we are very free also to choosing the teams. I think the problem is the other way around. By necessity, we need to reply to calls that are out, research calls that are out, and mostly from international calls. On those calls, they have priorities and they are set by Wellcome Trust or NIH or all of them, and we can think of a project that we find is relevant as researchers, but it needs to fit within the call. And often when we talk with RBC says, but we want you to do research on this because this is a problem for which we need policy advice. And the answer that we are giving is you need to avail money because as researchers we are not free to do what we want. We can only do data collection and you need to sustain a team of a good data analyst and you need to build up a team if you want to do high quality research. So it is necessary that the Rwandan government, and we are doing it now through NCS3 and REMA and others. So in Rwanda we are now starting to make local research grants available that allow us to do the study. So it's not researchers who should actually always decide what they want to do. It would be an improvement in the system if there is government funding, and the government funding says these are the research priorities that we see for Rwanda, and we make money available, and that allows researchers to compete for that money and then address that money. On bureaucracy, I'm not going to say too much because I'll burn my finger, but we have administrative challenges, and some of the logic of the university is sometimes too much driven from an administrative logic rather than an entrepreneurial logic. It can be understood as well because part of that administration is linked to avoiding corruption. So there is reasons why the administration is heavy, but nonetheless, it sometimes stifles innovation. And so the impact of research on policy, well, I think I addressed it at the same time. Thank you.
I think what I want to add on what he just mentioned, I think maybe on the topic, who is choosing the topic, and I think mostly you realize that there is a research agenda from the Ministry of Health, for example, when it comes to health, but also schools, different schools and departments have research topics. So especially when we are students, it can be an initiative of a student to choose a topic that you want to work on. But also, there are some topic or research areas that the department have identified as a need of getting data to inform maybe programs or quality improvement projects. So sometimes it can be either from student-driven, but we do recommend that especially that sometimes the students do not really have much experience, and sometimes they don't even have a lot of knowledge in terms of what has been done and where the department is going to. So I think usually students can be suggested, and they're given supervisors who really in the area so that they can inform or support them in choosing their topic. And I think something that I want to add on the research impact, not only it increases their knowledge, especially doctors or nurses or midwives who are working on their research topic. It's kind of also give the knowledge on the field that they are going to be working in and improve their knowledge, but also their practices. And some of them have challenges when they come to dissemination of their findings. And of course, it depends on the quality of their study. But in terms of publications, that requires a lot of, I would say like a lot of work in terms of putting out a good publication. And this is really something that has been inspiring students to be really involved much into make sure that they are doing a research that are really meaningful and informing and touching on the policy aspect. I think that's what I can add and what Prof. Stefan has mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Students? Freedom?
Thank you very much. I will come back to what you said, who chooses the teams, who sets the research agenda. Like I said, there is a need for meaningful engagement. There is need for a student to be at the board. Who is choosing the team? Who is setting the criteria? The person who wins the grant has to include students in their study. This is something that could help increase the experience of students in terms of research. So like my fellow panelists were saying, there is a research agenda that is wide, that is given by the Ministry of Health and RBC. Then students follow that path and choose specific topics in that research agenda. Then they work on these projects with their supervisors. But then I hope you noted what I said. Who is choosing the teams? Is there a student at the board? Thanks.
Thank you. Short interventions from the audience, short because coffee is waiting. There is a human right to get some coffee after long-standing sessions. Yes, please. The mic, please, for one of the intervenients.
Mic over there, please.
I'm Prof. Baraka Ngusa from Tanzania. I just want to ask about one of the issues that the presenter said about most educators spending much time in research and less time in teaching. And yet we have three aspects, that is research, teaching, and community service.
Mm-hmm.
How can we strike the balance in the context of the statement that says publish or perish?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, you could give now a very long answer, but Stefan, try to be short.
Okay, well, thanks for the question. So it is a major
Mike,
challenge.
please. Mike.
It is a major challenge to
Yes.
strike that balance, right? And I think the reality is all over the world, academia are overworked, and it's the reason because we have so many responsibilities. So I think part of it you need to deal with it as an institution. So some people might have more of a research profile, some more of a teaching profile, and but as an institution, you need to balance it. So what was coming out of this international study is that in many countries that are really growing research, very much education is suffering because of it. And you need separate focus on education. So it is this pressure of publish or perish that you are talking about is actually negatively affecting education. And I think in Tanzania, similar to Rwanda, there is a need for improved quality in education and in research, but it's important to find a balance and maybe different solutions than to not recreate the same problems that we see in very highly advanced institutions.
To some extent, and I'm talking now as a former government commissioner for universities in Belgium, but I was during 35 years. In my comments to the Board of Trustees, I mentioned quite often, well, you have also, not always, but quite often, also the autonomy as a university to balance indeed in your own academic standards and norms what is the most important and how to make sure that indeed the teaching expertise and the teaching quality is remaining a very positive and powerful standard for promotion, for the academic career, even for distributing of grants. So it is not always the government who is that bureaucratic and detailed. It could also be linked to the bureaucracy and the detaism of universities themselves, who are time to time being afraid of their own freedom, being afraid of their own autonomy. It's the minister, it's the government, and sometimes it's up to the dean and to the faculty board and the department board to take some, to opt for some. But indeed, it's a nuanced story. Another question from the audience? Quick question before running to the coffee? Not for the time being. Well, again, it was just wonderful. We learned enormously from Stefan's lectures. We definitely will run to the bookshop or to internet to make sure that we will get that book, Freedom and Development. But we'll also get your slides, I do suppose, so that we, and also the comment from the panel members. From both sides, it's very crucial to have this both, let's say, perspectives who are very solid contribution for thinking about research culture. Thank you so much. Let us again appreciate this wonderful panel clapping hands. So it's the end of the session now. We are invited indeed for a hot cup of tea, hot cup of coffee, and perhaps a Coke. Yeah, voilà. So thank you so much. You were wonderful and very loyal to the sessions. See you at the coffee.
Please fill the form. There is a bus. The form is online. The form is online. We want to know the number of people we go there to confirm them. Number two, it's a free. The only one information you need, no photo inside. The photo is only outside. So we go to the coffee, then I think here it's finished for now today. The next session is tomorrow. The next session is tomorrow. Come on due time. Here it's closed now. Tomorrow, the visiting Memorial Genocide is at 2, just after the lunch. Yeah. And that will be the closing ceremony. Ends. Yeah, 8 again.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, you feel a baby whine it, yeah. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter.